NOMADS 3, Among Warriors. From Alan J. Stark. Chapter 1. Many teach us war, and they teach us well. But who teaches us peace and how to live it? Maris Peora, philosopher at the court of Simna. Dominic was gradually losing his strength. The armor weighed heavily on his shoulders and every step hurt. He hoped that it would still adapt to his body as the gray clouds in the sky gathered into a single, dark mass. A blizzard blew in, the likes of which Dominic had never experienced before. The gusts of wind swept across the expansive landing area, threatening to sweep Dominic and his companions from the plane like insects from a tabletop. The battle group was already very close to the gate to the base when the swirling snowflakes became so dense that they obscured Dominic's view. Dokadayan, the giant Akkato who was walking in front of him with heavy steps, turned into a gray silhouette in the blink of an eye and finally disappeared completely in the snow flurry. In front of Dominic's slit of vision, everything was now white. The wheezing of his comrades could be heard from the helmet loudspeaker. A curse here and there. The indicators in his helmet display shone brighter than before, but Dominic still couldn't make sense of the symbols dancing before his eyes. Diagrams, numbers and crosshairs appeared. He expected to stumble at any moment, to be blown over the rock by the wind and over the cliff. Dominic suppressed his fear and hurried on, not knowing exactly where he was going, until suddenly he had passed under the archway and found himself in the middle of a large hall. The roar of the storm died away almost immediately and his vision became clear again. The Akkato captain approached a group of 3 gray-green uniformed people, exchanged a few words with them, turned around and flipped up his visor. He waved his hand in the air, indicating that Dominic and his comrades should also open their helmets. The air was piercingly cold and flowed around Dominic's face like ice water as he pushed up his visor. The sounds of working machinery and running engines reached his ears. The roar of some unknown piece of equipment lay above all the noise and made the air vibrate. "This is Rakos," the Akkato began in a thunderous voice. "One of 3 large bases on Dostra. The other 2 are called Mara and Sapan. From these bases, we lead the attacks against the Keymon, who attack our mining facilities and prospectors. In turn, we do the same with their mines and tunnel units. I am the captain of the combat units that protect the mining personnel. The units are made up of Akkato and you humans, who we call Sorrow, which means sensor or feeler. And that is what we expect you to do. Track down the bugs and show us where we can find them." The Akkato began to walk up and down in front of Dominic and the other humans. "Winter is just ending," he continued, putting his fists on his hips. "I don't know which I prefer. To freeze to death or to burn to death. But apart from fighting the enemy, the climate on Dostra is our biggest challenge, and we keep suffering losses because of it. Escaping the cold and heat is half the battle. So keep your equipment in good shape. Taro wood armor is ideal in winter. In summer, the ceramic suits are the only alternative. I hope that this armor will be ready and operational by then. We've had to improvise a bit lately." The last sentence worried Dominic more than anything Dokadayan had said before. The remark implied that the Akkato had recently suffered setbacks that had stretched their resources. The captain turned to one of the human officers standing behind him. "What about the armor for next spring?" An older man with short gray hair and ice-blue eyes folded his arms behind his back. "We have enough combat suits in stock," he said. "Fitting them is the least of our problems." A woman among Dominic's new companions, who was no longer the youngest, had short black hair and was called Dora Foster, had a few questions for the Akkato. "What are your people mining here? Are we guards for the miners now?" The Akkato grunted grumpily. He obviously didn't feel like answering the human woman's questions. But he took the opportunity to stand in front of Dora and, with a grim look on his face, explain her future job. "You will protect the miners from the Skelks. That is your most urgent task. But there will also be major war campaigns. The planet's surface is riddled with countless cracks, caves and tunnels that the enemy uses. It will be up to you to track down attackers and warn the troops. So the system is not under your control?" Dora Foster wanted to know. The Keymon won't get it, Doka Dian replied evasively, confirming Dora's suspicions and reinforcing Dominic's fears. Do your best to prevent the enemy from capturing Dostra and taking the Tuokai. Dominic looked questioningly at Davis, but he waved him off. It was probably better to listen to the horsehead so as not to arouse his displeasure with further questions. Dominic suspected that the Tuokai was the raw material that the horseheads mined here. Fight well, the Akkato continued. Protect the workers and you will be treated fairly. With these words, the Akkato ended his welcoming speech and handed over to the man with the piercing blue eyes. He stepped forward to examine the new arrivals closely and skeptically. You can see 2 of my officers behind me, he explained. A mayor and a captain. You will report to Captain Donnie Longhill. Mayor William Rice is under my command, as are 6 other majors who are currently on deployment. My name is Brigadier General Matt Henderson, and before you ask, I've held that rank in the fleet. He approached Dominic, looked him in the eye for a long moment and then walked along the line of his new soldiers. I make no secret of the fact that we're in for a tough fight here, one that will push most of you to the limits of mental endurance and beyond. We are up against an enemy that will challenge us physically and mentally. How many of you have had experience with the strays? Dominic, Davis, Skorsky and Stephanie Dormer came forward. Brigadier General Henderson gave a contemptuous cough. 4 out of 20, he gave Akkato a look, but he did not return it. He then turned his attention back to the humans. Those of you who lack this experience can brace yourselves. The mental assaults only affect us humans. Akkato have thick skulls and brains that are too primitive. They are immune to it. The battery officer gave a short, rumbling laugh. I'll crush you in a minute, you sensitive worm. It is this sensitivity, Henderson continued, that is useful to our great friends. We sense the presence of the strays. Recognize their movements, their intentions. But we are also susceptible to their mental attacks if you let the monsters get close enough. A door that swings to both sides. Be careful and always stay in the present. If you let your mind wander, you will not survive. He seemed to have finished speaking and Captain Donnie Longhill stepped forward. A tall, broad-shouldered man with dark skin. Line up in 2s, he barked. As everyone in the group had military training, they reacted immediately and precisely, as if following a reflex. Everyone quickly found their place in the line. Now follow me, Longhill ordered and set off. They ran through the huge building and into a freight elevator that took them deeper into the rock. It took an eternity for the elevator to stop. When the doors finally opened again, they revealed another hall. A huge, artificial cave dome, crammed with vehicles and machines of all kinds. Gliders, tracked tanks, off-road vehicles with large wheels. Cargo tractors with immense pushing units. The quarters for the people were located in the opposite wall. Row upon row of doors to the quarters were arranged in a regular pattern across the rock face, accessible via a system of elevators, stairs and walkways. Below them were the large entrances to workshops and armories. Longhill hurried on towards the quarters. Dominic and the others followed, while the captain cursed and swore. Dominic looked around as best he could. The open helmet didn't allow an unrestricted all-round view. You had to turn your whole upper body to do that. Dominic could only see people. No Akkatos. Even the vehicles all seemed to be designed for their human crews. The typical angular design of earthly constructors prevailed. They were certainly of terrestrial manufacture, Dominic assumed. Dominic estimated that there were several thousand soldiers housed here and obviously none of the horseheads were among them. They must have stored their ships and equipment elsewhere. The Akkatos obviously didn't want to show their cards. Once they reached the armory below the quarters, Captain Longhill told his new soldiers to line up along a series of markers. They were to remove their armor so that the armorer could take them to the camp. The opening of the armor happened suddenly and automatically after the soldiers had lined up on the markers. Dominic got out and rubbed his aching neck. He didn't dare imagine how he might feel after walking around in his armor for a whole day. Surviving a fight in it seemed almost impossible to him. The weapons attendant, Ray Desmond, was a stocky old soldier with a shiny bald head who asked each of the new arrivals for their names and then handed them their identification tags. He noted the numbers of the combat suits on the silver tags by inserting the metal plates into a small device that he carried on his tool belt. "You are now married to your fighting bodies," he growled. His voice had a raspy sound. "You are the souls of my babies," Ray Desmond continued as he assigned each soldier his own wooden armor. The marking device rattled throughout the ritual. "The identifiers will be transferred to your spring garments and marked with the suffix K. That stands for ceramic. You'll learn to appreciate them when the sun roasts this world and makes the rocks glow." But that's not yet the case. Dominic listened to the man as he talked about how important the integrity of his stockpile was to him and what dangers they would encounter on Dostra. He never tired of emphasizing that the new fighters should be careful so that no part of his precious camp was damaged. He made no secret of the fact that he would rather see every single soldier go to hell than suffer so much as a scratch on their armor. After a series of similar warnings, he dismissed the soldiers. The armor that stood behind them like monuments disappeared into the ground. Then the shafts closed. "Remember where you were standing," Desmond pointed to the ground. "That's where you'll stand again when you receive your armor." Dominic looked at the stone slab he was standing in front of. "Number B330. Now march off." The captain still seemed to be in a bad mood. "Your quarters are on floor 3. Cells 50 to 62. You'll find showers and clothing issue on your floor at the end of the row of cells." The soldiers climbed the walkways and stairs until they reached the cells. There was a single room for each of them. In any hotel in an intact city on Earth, this would have been a comfortable luxury. Here, however, it meant a windowless chamber, with harsh lighting emanating from a single overhead light. A toilet, opposite the door on the wall, next to it a washbasin with a hook on which a towel hung. A shelf for clothes and personal belongings. And a narrow cot with a blanket and pillow made of gray, felt like fabric. Apart from the uniform he was currently wearing, Dominic had nothing that he could have stored on the shelf. He wasn't tired enough to think about sleeping yet. Taking a shower was the best thing he could do right now, he decided. Dominic left his cell and walked down the gangplank to get to the bathrooms. After taking a long shower, putting his clothes in a vending machine, receiving a large pile of fresh laundry from it, he returned to his cell in a pressed uniform. The small chamber was oppressive in its narrowness. It was obviously only meant to be slept in and left immediately after waking up to mingle with the troops. Or it was simply because the Akkato were not interested in creating spaces in which their human soldiers felt comfortable. Dominic left the cell, stepped out into the corridor, leaned over the railing and observed what was happening in the hall. He decided to take a closer look at the many vehicles and find out where they came from. He recognized familiar shapes in the vehicles and gliders standing in the alcoves. They were clearly constructs of earthly manufacture. One of the ships consisted of the segments of a small destroyer that had been fitted with the hull of a civilian transporter. Each of the vehicles housed in this hall was certainly unique. With all the junk flying around between the planets of the solar system, all the Akkato had to do was help themselves, and they could provide the humans with a fleet of hybrid ships. Dominic wondered how big the logistics behind this recycling program were. What he could see here was certainly only a fraction of the gigantic machinery running in the background. An alarm siren had been wailing for some time. Dominic couldn't figure out why for a while. In any case, it didn't seem to be intended to get the troops ready for battle. However, he noticed how part of the hall had been cleared. An area at the far end where a wide tunnel yawned. A couple of large robots stalked up and got into position. They had just taken up position when a ship floated in through the tunnel. It was a small, heavily armed machine. Smoking and sparking, it touched down, its single front foot buckling and the bow crashing to the ground. The robots fogged the vehicle in a cloud of extinguishing gases. Men from the firefighting team moved forward. Rescue teams arrived. At least the operation did not seem to affect the routine that prevailed in the hall. Most of the work went on as if nothing had happened. Fighters were loaded and refueled. Vehicles were repaired. Dominic watched the action for a while until Skorsky and Davis joined him. They had also had a shower and changed into clean uniforms. "The showers alone are worth all the trouble," joked Skorsky. "I'm happy to take any risk for that. There's nothing more disgusting than stewing in your own juices. You'll see. A week or more without proper washing facilities is hell. It won't be long before we're fighting for a place under the shower." "They make a good impression on me," said Davis, who also seemed happy with the situation. "How can you tell?" Skorsky wanted to know. "Just a feeling. If you'd listened carefully to Diane, you'd know that they've taken a lot of punishment. Still, they don't look like they're about to fall apart." Skorsky became serious. "Can change quickly." Dominic agreed with Skorsky. He had also heard Akkato and drawn similar conclusions. "You haven't told me what you've both experienced yet?" Dominic asked the two of them. Davis looked at Dominic with expressionless eyes. "We'll tell you later. Everything in its own time. Just don't rush it." Chapter 2. The wake-up alarm came after Dominic had been asleep for just 3 hours. He hurriedly slipped into his uniform and stepped out of his cell. Captain Longhill was waiting for his troops at the place where they had had to hand in their armor the day before. There were already a good 100 soldiers present, lined up in a precise line, while Dominic's comrades were gradually arriving. "It'll run faster from now on," the captain shouted. "Out there," he pointed upwards with a curt nod of his head, "we'll leave anyone who doesn't sprint behind." "Understood." "Got it," replied the newcomers in chorus. "Behind me is the Yunja," the Longhill continued, referring to the ship standing in one of the hangar bays. "You grab your armor and get on board. But first, grab some food. Bon appetit." The soldiers saluted and turned away to go to the canteen. Dominic and his friends followed them through one of the workshops, at the end of which was the canteen. Locked in his armor, Dominic felt nauseous. He had clearly eaten too much. Breakfast might have been nothing but flavored proteins and carb pads, but it was the best thing he'd eaten in a long time. At least after his departure from the Providence Ridge Hotel, where he had met Davis and Skorsky. He felt uncomfortable in his armor, like a crab getting too tight in its armor. A feeling of claustrophobia overcame him. It was only with difficulty that he managed to control himself to open the suit, even if only for a moment. Breathing shallowly, the phrase of an instructor who had taught him to move in a spacesuit came to mind. It didn't help somehow. Dominic had to distract himself a little so as not to panic. A glance at the troops could be helpful. The idea that he might not be alone in his fear helped a little. He turned his head as far as he could and could see some of his comrades. They were standing in a row of 5 on the loading area of the Yunja. Almost 100 soldiers, including the 10 people Dominic had rescued here. They were now in front of and next to him. He tried to memorize their names as the ship swayed through the air and took them to their deployment site. Raymond Davis, Pavel Skorsky. It was easy until then. Dominic recalled the faces in his mind. He was better at remembering faces than names. 3 women had come with him. Dora Foster, who had dared to ask the Akkato captain a question the day before. Tina Bowers, about 25, with the big cheeks, who had hardly said a word so far. Stephanie Dormer, just out of her teens, who seemed somehow sinister and brutal. In any case, the look in her light gray eyes frightened him when they looked at him from her angular face. She had the look of a hungry cat of prey. The youngest and smallest of his male comrades was Jeremy Leach, 21 and a former gunner on a cruiser. The blonde Andrew Gardner, with his alert blue eyes, was his exact opposite. Tall and lanky, he towered over the group by a good head length. At 55, he was the oldest. Marcus Kelman had once been an ice hockey player for the Boston Indians. He had given up a career of almost 20 years and volunteered for the military, where he had trained as a hand-to-hand combat expert. His stature was correspondingly robust and massive. Only the rather soft face with the gentle, dark eyes didn't seem to match the rest. The pale-skinned Steve Park made a plain impression. His watery blue eyes looked out into the world, seemingly impassive. He had red hair and a beard of his own coloring that couldn't decide between fluff and hard stubble, although he was certainly already in his mid-20s. David Steinberg somehow didn't fit into the troupe at all. He was a good-looking young man of the same age as Park. Slim, dark-haired, with coffee-brown skin and melancholy eyes that had something dreamy about them, as if he was never quite with the things that surrounded him. The brief self-therapy session had an effect. Dominic felt a little better again. The claustrophobia hadn't completely disappeared, but it was easier to bear now that he had realized he could influence it. The flight did not take long. A good 15 minutes after takeoff, the Yunja touched down again and opened the massive forward bulkhead. Captain Longhill shooed the crew out into the open. His voice boomed out of the helmet loudspeaker as he cursed and swore. Dominic realized that he must have an immense repertoire of expletives, because although he had been shouting his curses the whole time, he had not repeated himself once so far. Dominic held his heavy rifle at the ready, which seemed to have no weight thanks to the hydraulics of his armor, and stomped down the ramp into the bright sunlight. The land was rocky and flat, except for a rugged mountain range that loomed on the horizon. The sky above the barren land was blue, the ground, under the soldiers' boots, frozen as hard as stone. A steady, strong wind had blown the snow away, exposing the light brown rocks and gravel beneath. The readings on Dominic's helmet display showed a temperature of -88 degrees Celsius. Just the thought of being lost out there somewhere made him shiver. He wondered what it must feel like to be that cold. The troop rushed towards a crowd of Akkato, who looked as huge and dangerous as prehistoric monsters in their battle suits. Dominic saw a huge ship take off. It rose from a large crater, on the edge of which stood the Akkato warriors. The roar of its engines sounded like a landslide. The magnetic fields on which it slowly rose into the air made the air shimmer. "This is a tender," Skorsky explained. "Fully loaded. The crew that was guarding it and the prospectors is leaving now. We are the relief. There's a new tender coming. When it's full, our shift is over and we fly off again." Dominic watched as another of these impressive transporters swooped down and almost ran into one of the waiting Akkato. The large alien looked down at Dominic, but refrained from snapping at him. "Form up," ordered Longhill, and the soldiers began to form a loose, roughly square formation. The troop we're working with here is called Haruk-Skur. Means something like Black Bull. I'll spare you their unwieldy official name. An Akkato in armor decorated with golden runes emerged from the group. It was also made of the same dark wood as the humans. He stood next to the captain, put his fists on his hips and looked at the humans. "This is Mayor Carrick Jacker," Longhill explained to the newcomers. "He commands the ARAT you see circling up there." Like everyone else, Dominic dared to look up at the sky, where an Akkato spaceship hovered, looking like a short, gnarled branch. It was in low orbit above the surface of the planet. "We've been working with his team for a long time," Longhill said with pride, "and we haven't let him down yet. It's very important to me that it stays that way." "Understood." "Roger that." Dominic shouted into his microphone. The voices of his comrades echoed in unison from the loudspeaker. "We have earned a good reputation among the Akkato," the captain reported. "They call us Skurkaji. I would translate that as tunnel rats. It's an honorary name that I want to preserve. So do your best not to step out of line." After the captain had finished his speech, he divided the tunnel rats into groups of 10 from each of Akkato's hundreds. As far as Dominic could estimate, there were about 10 teams. The Akkatomajor therefore had a good 1,000 men at his disposal. Longhill had assigned one of the experienced tunnel rats to the newcomers. A non-commissioned officer named Fred Ableton, whom he had never seen before. Dominic couldn't place his voice, which was currently barking orders into the radio system, in a specific image. It certainly sounded dark and a little rough. The troops scattered across the terrain. Dominic's unit approached the crater at the bottom of which the conveyor was driving its drills into the rock. It looked like a giant octopus that had been washed into the funnel-shaped hole by a spring tide. The tender slowly sank down and sat on the rig. The drive units switched off and silence fell at once. Now all that could be heard was the wind blowing over the rocks. The troop moved down the steep slopes into the crater. Under the shadow of the tender, Dominic tried to discover the facility that had almost completely disappeared beneath his archaic body. The tender had cannons that could fire at the inside of the crater. Just as Dominic noticed the holes yawning in the crater walls, the order came to stop. Most of the tunnels were halfway up the crater. Dominic watched as the Akkato prepared to enter one of them. Ableton's voice could be heard. "Where are the newcomers who haven't had contact with the sniffers yet? Step forward." Nobody reacted, which was not surprising, because someone who had not yet experienced a mental assault by Keymon could not understand what Ableton was talking about. "Good," continued the sergeant, who also seemed to realize this. "Anyone who has experience with the snoopers to me." Dominic, Skorsky, Davis and Stephanie Dormer then lined up in front of the sergeant, who took a few seconds to regain his speech. "For bloody beginners," growled Ableton. "This is a bad joke." He walked towards the soldiers. "But do you hear me laughing? Do you hear me?" Another long pause. "No one will laugh today, I promise you that." He waved a few of his men over. 4 of them each grabbed one of the newcomers and took him into their midst. "You can survive today if you play your cards right. If not, you'll die knowing that no one here will have to bother with you." Everything inside Dominic was resisting. He hadn't come here for this. He was about to confront the sergeant when Davis and Skorsky held him down. "Stay where you are," Davis hissed. "There's nothing wrong with that." Skorsky added his 2 cents. "This is about survival. Not about mercy." Dominic understood the logic in her words. Grim reason that ensured the group's continued existence and dispensed with consideration. But there was something wrong with it, Dominic felt deep down. He just didn't have the opportunity to get to the bottom of the feeling and find the right words to formulate his thoughts. One of the Akkato officers spoke up. "Move out now." He creaked in a throaty accent and a group of 10 men disappeared into the tunnel with one of the sensors. The troops continued on their way. Whenever the Akkato officer felt like it, he sent his men, tunnel rats and newcomers into the tunnels. In the end, the remaining warriors entered one of the tunnels. Dominic, Skorsky, Davis, Stephanie Dormer and Ableton took the lead among the soldiers. The helmet lights scanned through the darkness as misty fingers of light. Dominic saw the traces of the drill heads that had cut their way through the rock. Shiny golden metal veins ran along the walls. They shimmered when the spotlight hit them. "The cutter follows the main vein," explained Davis. That could be hundreds of kilometers. Dominic hoped that they wouldn't penetrate that far into the tunnel, which wound its way through the planet's crust in countless bends. "Stewing in your own juices," Dominic remembered Skorsky's words. "Is that what you meant?" "Meaning what?" replied Skorsky, who certainly knew what Dominic was alluding to. "That we could spend days in our armor?" "Yes, exactly," Skorsky replied with a laugh. "But even on board the Yunja, there will only be capacity for the bare essentials. There's no room for a warm bath every day. A mission like this is nothing for fine noses." They had been walking for a while, and the deeper they went into the rock, the more Dominic's fears took hold of him. The fear that the suit might have a defect and could no longer be moved. The fear that it could leak or that the heating would fail. But Dominic's greatest fear was of suffocating. Even if he opened the visor, his lungs would freeze when he breathed in. He studied the displays shining before his eyes and was pleased to see that all the parameters were within acceptable values. That would be enough to calm his nerves for a while. Suddenly Dominic felt sick. He had to stop for a moment and calm down. At first, he thought it was another bout of claustrophobia, but it felt different. He heard a gasp and images flashed through his mind for a moment. A calving glacier, its icy flanks plunging into a fjord. Dominic heard the rumbling and roaring of the masses of ice and water. A hailstorm that hurled huge chunks of ice onto a mountainside, where they shimmered and burst. The clink of splinters on the rock, bright and clear like bursting glass. The ground trembled under the dull thuds of the hail. "What is it?" Davis wanted to know. "Did you feel something?" Dominic didn't answer immediately. He wanted to make sure his fears weren't playing tricks on him. They were just pictures. Skorsky wanted to know more. "What pictures? Of this planet?" Dominic thought about it for a while. "I think so. Lots of ice and snow." Davis took the safety off his rifle. "What's going on?" Ableton inquired. "We have a contact," Davis informed. The sergeant looked skeptical. "Are you sure the boy didn't just eat something bad?" Dominic didn't know what to say in response. He was actually unsure. His tension was too great, he had to admit that much to himself. "Keep advancing," Ableton ordered, and the column set off again. What was going on? Stephanie Dormer demanded to know. "I'm very sensitive about monsters and I didn't feel anything." And neither did Ableton, apparently. "I'm not sure," Dominic admitted. "But there were images in my head. I suspect memories of a snoop. And now? There's nothing there now." At least Stephanie didn't make a snide remark, but Dominic knew he had to be careful with his sensory abilities. He couldn't risk incurring the displeasure of his comrades by raising a false alarm, even if he was perhaps more sensitive to the Keymon. The troop continued for a while into the tunnel, from which a number of side tunnels now branched off and formed an unmanageable labyrinth. The planet must be full of holes, like a sponge, Dominic thought. Finally, the Akkato gave the order to return to the surface. Everyone seemed to be in a hurry to leave the caves and set a brisk pace. Dominic was relieved to have made it back to daylight. The sun was now very low and the crater was in the shade. Once they reached the edge of the crater, Dominic enjoyed the golden evening light for a while, which bathed the frozen stone desert in a deceptively warm glow. Carrick Jacker stepped out of the crater with new, unpleasant orders. "I'm dividing up the night watch now," he said, instructing Ableton to select some tunnel rats for the night ahead. Stephanie and Dominic were included, while Skorsky and Davis, along with several others, were allowed to board the Yunja. "Bloody hell," Stephanie hissed. "I'm always there when it comes to eating dirt." Dominic was glad that the microphones in their suits were limited to the immediate vicinity. This meant that no one further away could overhear unless they were shouting into the microphone or had information for the whole squad. "I hope they let us rest a bit," Dominic watched as the Akkato also regrouped, but he didn't get the impression that they wanted to take a break. The squad that formed the night watch set off in the direction of the sunset. Ableton waved his men over. "Off we go. We're going for a ride with the horseheads." Chapter 3. Night fell quickly and soon swallowed up every shape and contour of the surroundings. It was as dark as if they were back inside the mountain. The helmet headlights bravely burned bright tunnels of light into the darkness. Stephanie didn't say a word and Dominic was more concerned with not falling into a crevice or tripping over a stone. As before in the tunnels, the humans walked at the head of the troop. In addition to Dominic and Stephanie, there were 4 other tunnel rats, or Skrkaji as the Akkato called them. They had not gone far when Dominic again sensed the presence of the sniffers. He staggered for a moment as the visions flowed unchecked into his mind. "Pull yourself together," Stephanie's words squawked from the helmet loudspeaker. "Are you sure you're not ill?" "I don't notice anything." "But I do," Dominic replied. "Very clearly. Very close. Where are you locating them?" He stopped and turned his head from left to right. Dominic felt like a living antenna searching for the strongest signals. Straight ahead. The whole troop stood still. Dominic heard the Akkatos take the safety off their rifles. The throaty voices of the horse-headed creatures sounded distantly through the communication system. Ableton approached with quick steps. "What's Porter now? Are you seeing ghosts?" Dominic received further impressions. "Sir, I'm sure we're running into the sniffers." Ableton turned to his comrades. "Do you have a locator?" The other sensors reported negative. No. No contact. Ableton stood up in front of Porter. He spoke so quietly that only Dominic and Stephanie could hear him. I don't know if you're just trying to make yourself important. But I would advise you to consider your actions carefully. I assure you, Dominic defended himself. There. Where exactly? Dominic concentrated. He felt sick again, the proximity of the Keymon was so obvious. And there seemed to be a lot of them. He pointed at the mountains and downwards. They're moving through the tunnels. Not very deep. If we don't come across skelks, I'll report you, the sergeant threatened. You're obstructing the operation. Yes, sir, Dominic replied meekly. Understood. They marched through the night for a few more minutes. More images flooded into Dominic's consciousness. He had trouble concentrating on running. He had to manage to occupy his mind with something else to push back the visions and distract himself. He quietly began to sing an old song whose lyrics he knew well. What are you singing? Stephanie wanted to know. Something about heroes? And swimming with dolphins? You're making me nervous. I sing because I'm nervous, Dominic replied. I still don't feel anything. I can't explain it either, he replied. We came across a whole herd of sniffers a few days ago and I didn't feel anything beforehand. My girlfriend sensed something and warned us. She was never completely alone in her head. I know now how she must have felt, Dominic gasped. The suit began to pinch his neck again. In a few hours, he would be sore in this spot. I think it's the metal they're mining here. It heightens the senses. Not mine, Stephanie objected. And not the tunnel rats either. Then I don't know either. Can you tell me something? What do you want to hear? Something to distract me. When I talk to you, the images are gone. I can't think of anything, she gave a gasp, as if she had tripped. Oh yes, I just thought of something. Yes? Do you still have that gold piece? I always carry it with me. Then why are we walking around in the tunnels instead of dining at a table with this Akkato prince? We are here and alive. Isn't that enough? Stephanie gave a contemptuous laugh. We could die on these missions. You think I don't know that? Then why don't you do something with the coin and get us out of here? The nephew of Ulan Mestre must have had something in mind when he sent us here. And I don't think it's appropriate to show this thing off again and demand an audience with Mestre without providing some service first. Without making a name for ourselves first, you mean? Exactly, Dominic replied. That's what I mean. Names are for gravestones. Exit located, Dominic heard one of the soldiers say over the loudspeaker. Someone lit a cold light torch and marked the hole. It was at the front of a large rock, which the torch bathed in red light. Dominic recognized more rocks lying at the foot of a long hill. Adoru. Carrick Jacker shouted into his microphone, causing it to overdrive. His soldiers swarmed out to search for more holes. Ableton gave Dominic a quick glance before joining him. Are you still in contact? Yes, Dominic replied, pointing to the tunnel in front of the large stone. Those aren't boreholes, are they? No, the sergeant watched as the Akkato discovered more entrances. These are rummage tunnels. They must be new. Anyway, we haven't noticed them before. Retreat tunnels. Dominic didn't have a chance to ask what that meant, because the Akkato officer demanded Ableton's attention. They had a brief, secret conversation and then Ableton had new orders. We're going in, he ordered his men. Porter, Dormer. You lead 10 Akkato in there. I don't think we'll run into any enemies, but don't risk too much if you do run into bugs. Stephanie and Dominic looked around a few times for their horse-headed companions, who were following them at a good distance. Shouldn't they move closer? Asked Stephanie. Yes. If I had my way, Dominic had his visions under control to some extent by now. You still don't feel anything? No. How far have we penetrated the rummage tunnel now? A good 2 kilometers, Stephanie replied. 10 kilometers from the extraction station. Doesn't look like the bugs are going to launch an attack. Dominic couldn't figure out what he was feeling. Perhaps he was actually wrong. He turned to the Akkato, waving at them. How much further into the tunnel do you want to go? One of the aliens came closer. Its headlights blinded Dominic. Rusgabin? Dominic raised his shoulders. He had no idea what the horse's head had just said and pointed alternately into the tunnel and towards the exit. The Akkato thought for a while, then grunted a few words and trotted off. They've probably had enough too, Stephanie ventured to guess. And if you ask me, I'm angry with you too. The tunnel scares me and we've gone in a hell of a long way. Why were you scared if you didn't feel a sniffer? You're lucky I only have an upset stomach. She didn't say anything back. You should be afraid of Ableton. He'll kick your ass for a false alarm. Well, the tunnels here are a fact, Dominic defended himself. At least that surprised Ableton. We'll have to keep an eye on them. As if they had read Dominic's mind, the Akkato began to install mines on the walls. Contrary to Stephanie's prophecy, the sergeant did not bother to reprimand Dominic. He ignored him, which Dominic somehow felt was the worst version of a punishment. They marched until dawn, circling the conveyor crater in a wide radius. It was shortly after sunrise and the Yunja was only a good 2 kilometers away when a snowstorm broke out. A blizzard that was far heavier than the one that had greeted Dominic when he arrived on Dostra. After just a few minutes, so much snow had fallen that it reached up to his hips. The machinery of the armor was running at full speed so that Dominic could work his way through the masses of snow. The Akkatos were further ahead, but they too were struggling against the storm and the snow, which was piling up higher and higher. The tunnel rats, who had certainly had their fair share of experience with the weather conditions on Dostra, were also further ahead. At least Ableton stayed a little behind to keep an eye on the newcomers. Dominic knew that most of the experienced fighters only saw the newcomers as a burden. They were useless, putting themselves in danger and forcing their comrades to put their lives on the line. The same thoughts were certainly running through Ableton's mind. But at least he seemed to be someone who couldn't bring himself to act against his conscience. The bastards, Stephanie cursed in the direction of Akkato. They're leaving us out here. We'll be buried alive in the snow. And all because of you. If we hadn't gone into the tunnels, we'd be back on board and safe by now. Shut up and run. Dominic barked at his companion, who was starting to get on his nerves with her fears. He had thought she was stronger. The snow was up to their necks when they finally reached the ramp that led inside the Yunja. Ableton flicked a switch and the outer airlock gates opened. The soldiers staggered into the airlock chamber in their heavy armor. After the bulkhead had closed again, the inner doors slid apart. The empty battle suits of the Akkato, who had saved themselves in the ship of the little humans, stood around in the hold of the ship like the abandoned remains of giant butterfly chrysalises. Their bearers were sitting on the floor, passing the time with a game of cards, oblivious to the humans they had left behind in the storm and who needed them to stay safe from the snoopers. Dominic couldn't blame them for their angry mood at the moment. Word must have gotten around by now that they had lost time and endured mortal fears in the rummage tunnels because of him. On the other hand, he reflected, they did call themselves Black Bulls, Haruk Skur, if he remembered correctly. A term that conveyed courage, strength, and invincibility. They should be able to forgive him for the trouble he had caused them. Fellow bastards. Muttered Stephanie to herself, clearly unwilling to show any leniency towards the Doka Dayan warriors. Bastards. Settle down, Dominic was as glad that the seemingly endless stream of visions tormenting his brain had ebbed as he was at the prospect of finally getting out of the armor. He trudged through the hold until he found the spot that marked the anchor point for his suit, opened it and climbed out. It was an indescribably liberating feeling to have finally escaped the confines of the body armor. The air in the ship was cool and fresh, in contrast to the air he must have breathed in and out 1,000 times in the last few hours. His neck ached. Dominic's fingers palpated the area and he felt shreds of abraded skin and the fresh, smooth flesh that emerged from beneath them. Longhill was on hand to give Dominic a telling off, as he could easily see from his angry expression. Dominic hadn't heard him coming. "I have a few questions for you," the captain began. "The comrades who arrived before you made some rather disparaging remarks about you, Porter. Your name is Porter, isn't it?" "Yes, sir. My name is Dominic Porter." He risked a glance through the hold, but the aforementioned comrades seemed to have already retired to their bunks. "May I know who said what?" "My people think you're either overexcited or a busybody," he told Dominic. "By all appearances, you see ghosts and bring unrest to the troops." "I sense the Keymon," Dominic replied in a firm voice. "I know they're there. I can't explain it, but I'm sure they're just waiting for an opportunity. Out of range of normal sensors." "Normal sensors?" "I think I'm different. I need more than just a feeling that there might be something there." "Who's to tell me you're not just a lunatic who thinks he has superpowers?" Ableton joined the conversation. Dominic had never seen the sergeant before. He was a tall man of color, with an energetic chin and serious features. "We've actually found something," he said. "Maybe the men neglected to tell you what we discovered. A retreat tunnel. It wasn't there a few days ago. It was well hidden under large boulders." Dominic thought he saw an expression of astonishment flit across the captain's face. "Are you sure?" asked Longhill. "We went in, but had no contact at all." Dominic wanted to know what these tunnels were all about and dared to ask the disgruntled captain a question. "What is the purpose of these tunnels?" Longhill left it to the sergeant to unravel the mystery. "When the Keymon enter the facility through the drilling tunnels," Ableton explained, "they don't retreat the same way. They climb out of the funnel and disappear through secret passages they have created beforehand. In this way, they avoid the troops that accompany the drilling teams and could block their way back." Longhill was not yet convinced. "Are you sure these aren't older tunnels?" "That would have to be checked in more detail," Ableton conceded. "But I didn't get the impression that they were old. Or we and other squads have overlooked them so far." Longhill thought for a while before telling Ableton his intentions. "I'll let Carrick know. You issue an alert to our people who are traveling with the drill teams. Tell them to stand by." He left Dominic and Ableton alone with this. The sergeant tapped his neck. "You'll have the ship's doctor look at it," he said. "Then off to the trap. Should there be an attack, they should be rested." Chapter 4. Dr. Ernest Warden was an older soldier, with critical, gray-green eyes and a white, short-trimmed beard. Like everyone else, he wore a uniform and was called Doc by the crew. Like all doctors on warships, apparently. The Doc rubbed a regenerating gel on Dominic's wound, which felt ice-cold. "Have the armorer adjust the neck padding," Warden advised, and taped a protective cloth over the sore spot. "Report immediately if the armor pinches anywhere. I don't really have time to keep worrying about such trifles." Dominic was no longer a beginner and he was embarrassed by Doc's comment. "I've already fought the Keymon," Dominic said, trying to redeem himself a little. "I know very well what they can do. If that were our only concern," he squeezed the edges of the fabric tightly. "Dostra challenges us the most." "I noticed." Doc laughed. "You mean the light breeze you got caught in? She was enough for me." "Spring is coming," said Warden. "And early spring here is nothing to walk around in. Glaciers are melting. Spring tides in the canyons and the dry ocean basins that make the ground shake. Not to mention the storms. Dust storms that tear the armor off their bodies and then rip the flesh from their bones." Dominic had enough imagination to picture the scenario. He hoped the doctor was exaggerating to prepare him for the worst. But Warden seemed to be serious. "Are there any tips to help me survive the whole thing?" Doc raised his eyebrows. "You have to be flexible. And at least as resourceful as the April weather that's already setting in." As if in confirmation, a gust of wind shook the Yunja. The ship rocked gently back and forth as if it were floating on a moving ocean. "I hope our people are all in the tunnels, or here on board," Warden commented on the howling of the storm. No one should be out in the open now. The only thing to do then is blast the foot anchors of the armor into the ground to avoid being blown away and wait it out. These can be the longest and most terrifying hours of a person's life. Not many have survived something like that. He pulled the gloves off his hands and threw them in the wastepaper basket. I've seen boots stuck in the rock, lonely and solid. So my advice to you is not to let Dostra take the piss out of you. Dominic slipped back into his combination. So there's nothing enjoyable on this planet? I don't want to go that far. For a moment, Doc lost his sarcastic demeanor. Nothing beautiful without ugliness. There are 2 phases in spring and fall. They only last 3 to 4 weeks each. The weather is constant and you can endure the temperatures without a protective suit. You just have to be careful not to get too reckless. Warden made a relaxed impression for a moment. Spring is impressive. There are plants that develop considerable growth in just 3 days. Mosses that cover the landscape as far as you can see in just one night. Blossoms, flowers. It's fantastic. An explosion of life before everything burns up again in midsummer. Dominic lay down in one of the hammocks that hung along the walls in the corridors. There were only sleeping quarters on board the Unia for the officers and the Akkatos. There were only 4 toilets for the humans. There was also only one room, in which there was a row of small wall-mounted basins that offered the opportunity for a cat wash. Dominic decided against it, slipped straight into his hammock and fell asleep immediately. He woke up when the day's shift had finished its shift. Davis and Skyorski returned, treated themselves to a small dinner consisting of carbohydrates and protein pads from the ration machine and watched Dominic wake up. "You're the talk of the town," said Davis. "But don't be flattered. They call you the prophet, the hysteric, or just the rabbit's foot. Get ready for a tough time," added Skorsky. "The last thing you need here is a nutcase driving the horses crazy." "Do you even know what this is about?" asked Dominic. "That you think you can feel Keymons everywhere," Skorsky replied. Dominic swung himself out of the hammock and stood up in front of Skorsky. "I know I wasn't wrong." It was all quiet. Davis gave Dominic an indulgent look. "It's the nerves. Everything you've already been through is coming back. And now this new situation too." Dominic shook his head. "You already know me a bit. Do you really think I've lost my mind? I don't know why I can do this, but can you really do it?" Davis interrupted. "Have you even met a stray?" Dominic had to admit that wasn't the case. "No. We're not." "Then you don't know if you can do it." Dominic started to reply, but he had to admit that Davis was not entirely wrong. He had no proof of his abilities. It was entirely possible that he was overexcited. Not surprising after the events of the last few months. "I'm off to sleep now," said Skorsky and said goodbye. Davis was obviously more understanding of Dominic than Skorsky and stayed with him for a while. Whether it was real or not, he ate the last bite of his carbohydrate pad, which gave his words a strangely casual quality. "Just back off and maybe you can make up for it." Dominic wondered about the man. He would have liked to know what was on Davis's mind and what his past was. "You sound like someone who's had a lot to do with people." "I was a teacher before the whole mess with the invaders started," he explained. "What made you decide to quit your job?" Davis stroked his bearded chin thoughtfully. "False idealism. It resulted in a number of mistakes and disasters." He decided to follow his friend. "I have regrets too," he said as he walked away, "and I'm trying to make amends." Chapter 5. Dominic was back with the same team as last night. Stephanie was also with him, but tried to keep her distance and stuck to the experienced tunnel rats. The persistent wind had blown the snow away, leaving only a thin crunchy layer. The hard frozen ground underneath was as solid as concrete. The route they took was the same as last time. The closer they got to the ridge at the foot of which the retreat tunnel was located, the more often someone made pointed remarks about Dominic's intuition and the inconvenience it caused the troop. At least Dominic didn't have the impression that there were snoopers around. He wasn't plagued by visions and felt reasonably relaxed. After a while, the teasing stopped. Even when they reached the tunnels, no one said a word. Perhaps the soldiers were just too tense and didn't want to provoke disaster when everything had gone well so far. Ableton positioned himself in front of one of the entrances and shone his helmet lights into it. He then divided up the same groups that had already entered the tunnels yesterday. "Check the explosive charges they have installed," was his order. "The rest of the squad will continue the patrol." Stephanie Dormer exhaled audibly, but refrained from commenting. She merely gave Dominic a brief, annoyed look. The Akkatos, who had accompanied them yesterday, followed at a good distance this time too. Dominic heard their distant grumbling through the loudspeaker. He imagined that it was about him and the trouble he had put them through. He realized with horror that he could feel the Keymon's presence again. For a moment, the corridor and the darkness disappeared to make way for a scene flooded with light. A canyon at the bottom of which a gray-green river roared over the rocks. Just as quickly as the vision came, it disappeared again. Dominic couldn't tell how long it had lasted, but by now the Akkato had moved up and Stephanie was tugging at his arm. "What are you crazy again?" she growled. "You're getting us into trouble." The horse heads in their monstrous suits stomped angrily towards them. Their leader grabbed Dominic by the shoulder and pulled him towards him. "Stug die. Kumu dara undoka." Dominic needed no translation. The angry eyes staring at him through the transparent visor revealed enough about the anger the Akkato felt towards Dominic. Stephanie squeezed between her comrades and the Akkato. "Pull yourself together. They're mad enough as it is. I know it for sure. The snoopers are here." As soon as he had said that, he felt the renewed onslaught of feelings and images. He was ready for it and somehow managed to resist the flood of sensations and visions. He turned around and, with firm steps, tried to advance further into the dark tunnel. He stumbled more than once and earned the displeasure of the Akkato. One of them threw a stone that hit Dominic in the back. The force with which he was thrown almost sent him to the ground. The growls and grunts of the Akkato were clearly audible. No one was laughing at Dominic. The situation was more serious than he thought. "They'll kill you," Stephanie hissed. "And me too, so that no one finds out. They're not just angry, they're scared. You're scaring them." Dominic staggered on with difficulty. The feelings became unbearable. At least he managed to control himself enough so that Stephanie didn't have to support him. But it wasn't long before he staggered and fell to the ground. Dominic had barely finished the thought before he fell to his knees. An Akkato stomped towards him. His curses rained down on Dominic as he reached down, grabbed him by the arm and lifted him roughly back to his feet. His paw closed around Dominic's neck. He felt the strong fingers searching for the joint between the breastplate and the neck ring. Dominic dropped his rifle and clutched the giant's wrist, who slowly lifted him into the air. "Usta Kambagu," the Akkato rumbled and shook Dominic like a toy doll. At that moment, Stephanie intervened. "He's right." She gasped, "They're here. I can feel them. They're very close." The Akkato looked down at the woman in disbelief. "It's an excuse," he said in a throaty dialect. "You protect him." "Lie." "I'm not lying," Stephanie affirmed, banging the barrel of her rifle against his chest. The Akkato threw Dominic to the ground and kicked him. "Doru to Digo. Es Kala." The threat wasn't hard to understand. Intergalactic for "if you fuck with us, we'll kill you," Dominic thought and fumbled for his gun. He got to his feet and looked at Stephanie. "You didn't have to do that," he said. "I would have managed." "I didn't do it because of you." She took the safety off her gun and pointed it into the tunnel. "They're here. Thousands of them. That's why you were in such a bad way." The Akkato also unlocked their rifles and formed up as best they could in the confines of the tunnel. Nothing happened for a long time. Everything seemed quiet. Dominic heard voices from the helmet loudspeaker. They sounded indistinct, far away, and were overlaid with background noise. Gunshots. Shouting. "The comrades are in contact with the enemy," Dominic whispered. Stephanie didn't answer. She looked tense. Just as the horse-headed aliens were getting restless again, a tremor went through the ground. It felt like a dozen hammer blows crashing against the soles of her feet. A dull rumble of thunder followed. Explosive charges detonated in the side tunnel's retreat strategy, Dominic concluded. Stephanie looked at Dominic. We should get out of here. Dominic, who was still struggling with his feelings, agreed. Yes. There are definitely too many. He turned to the Akkato who had tried to kill him a few minutes ago. We need to get out of here. Join the others and form larger battle groups. The Akkato turned on his heel and shooed his troop ahead of him. They had not gone far when a flash of lightning lit up the tunnel. The shock wave swept towards them, accompanied by a bang that brought flames and smoke. The troop stepped up the pace. The bastards are leaving us behind again, Stephanie huffed. Dominic didn't want to waste his breath talking, but she was right. The Akkato wouldn't risk their lives for a pair of small, stupid humans. They were only alive because of their human sniffer dogs. They'd better keep an eye on the Earthlings, Dominic thought, or maybe they had a plentiful supply of humans. They reached the end of the tunnel and hurried outside. Dusk was already beginning to appear as a milky shimmer on the horizon. Stay here. Dominic shouted after the Akkato, who seemed to be doing everything they could to rejoin the main group. We have to close the entrances. The Akkato didn't react. They ran on without looking back for Dominic or Stephanie. Following an angry impulse rather than reason, Dominic raised his rifle and shot a plasma beam over the heads of the fleeing men. At the same time, the other squads came out of the tunnels. Dominic extended the reception range of his radio system to contact his comrades. We have to blow up the tunnels. And make sure the horses' heads don't disappear. The Akkato have the heavy charges, someone said. We won't be able to do much with our grenades. At that moment, a luminous cloud of explosions rose up from the crater. It was as if the sun was rising. The surrounding area was bathed in red, flickering light. I'll call the Yunja, Ableton reported. We broke air support. Keep the Akkato running. Dominic could not object to this. As it stood, the conveyor system was doomed. To all tunnel rats. Continued Ableton. Throw everything you have into the tunnels. Then we'll gather at my position. Stephanie pulled 3 grenade cylinders from her belt. Won't be enough, she said to Dominic. Even if we add your 3. Dominic looked at the large rock that loomed over the tunnel entrance. We stick the grenades into the tunnel ceiling. If it gives way, the rock will block the hole. He pulled the bayonet from the clip on his lower leg and planted it below the muzzle of the rifle. It took him some effort to enter the tunnel, but at least the stress seemed to push back the tormenting impressions. Dominic hastily widened a crack in the rock face with his bayonet. Without the support of the armor hydraulics, this would have been a pointless undertaking. He quickly managed to create a suitable hole into which he stuck one of his grenades. Damn, they're coming, Stephanie's voice was a nervous wheeze. We have to move fast. She, too, was no more clumsy than Dominic and soon had her grenades installed in the tunnel wall. Activated. Dominic pressed the buttons in the base of the grenades. Activated. I'm synchronizing all the explosives on my detonator. The 2 of them hurried out of the tunnel, and when they had reached a sufficient distance, Dominic pulled the trigger. The subsequent explosions tore large chunks out of the rock. Shortly afterwards, the walls gave way and the boulder crashed to the ground, blocking the tunnel. Dominic felt the sniffers under his feet. He felt them through meters of rock. Stephanie was also aware of their presence and their movements through the drill tunnels. The impression of her sensations and the flood of images that flooded in on both of them was tremendous. Stephanie shivered as if the cold was penetrating her combat suit. She was visibly struggling to hold the rifle and stand upright. She staggered as if she were on drugs. Dominic had never taken drugs, but from what he knew about them, there couldn't be much difference. It was impossible for him to distinguish between the images that were rushing into his consciousness to find out where he was. He realized that he had just come out of one of the caves and had last looked in the direction of the crater, from which smoke and fire were swirling. But he was also looking into tunnels, full of struggling Akkato and writhing Keymon. Not vague mirages, but scenes of terrifying clarity, as if his senses had just been reawakened and were sharper than those of a predator. Dominic was inside the conveyor system, with fires blazing in the rooms and corridors. He smelled the acrid stench of burning plastics. The heat of the flames scorched his face. An Akkato raised his rifle and fired. The image went out and another one formed in Dominic's mind. In the flickering light of the inferno, hundreds of sniffers scaled the steep crater wall. Energy volleys stabbed into their ranks and swept several off the rocks. Dominic clutched his rifle and concentrated on his own last sensation and the surroundings he saw. At that moment, the vision disintegrated. The plain lay before him. Flames and smoke swirled from the crater. Stephanie, who had apparently also regained her senses, was beside him. "Here they come," Stephanie gasped, putting the rifle on and peering through the scope. "I doubt we can stop them." Dominic also looked at the small monitor of the targeting optics and watched the onslaught of Keymon. He took aim at one of them and fired the first shot. Several of the monsters fell under the fire of the tunnel rats, but they were unable to stop the onslaught. The rays of defensive fire licked across the icy plain, but the Keymon were not impressed in the least. "Our hope for a better life," Stephanie gasped, "is probably dead. We're going to die on this barren ball." Dominic didn't want to agree with her and switched his gun's automatic cooling system to maximum power. Continuous fire rained down on the monsters until the gun overheated. The energy supply line began to melt and a warning sensor blared. Dominic hurled the glowing rifle at the herd of monsters and it detonated in a bright flash above their heads. Stephanie's roar and the hissing of her volleys mingled with the thunder of the explosion. Dominic had only his fists left with which to defend himself. He felt no fear. All feeling had disappeared to make way for a wild rage that seized his whole body. He threw himself at the first Keymon that reached his position. The impact was so violent that he lost his breath for a moment. He heard the monster's claws scrape across the armored wood, received another blow to the helmet, and as Stephanie roared out, he lost his senses. Chapter 6. Davis did not feel comfortable inside the conveyor system. Even though the design was geared towards the fullness of Akkato's body, the narrowness of the corridors bothered him. Or was it the feeling that he was once again traveling with a group of greenhorns and walking into disaster with them, just like a few years ago? There were no good memories of that time. The shadow of the disaster Davis had led them all into darkened everything. Even if there had been good moments, they were meaningless and rightly forgotten. There was nothing to gloss over. It would only weaken the warning and increase the risk of making the same mistakes again. Davis tried his best to block out thoughts of the past, but as soon as he looked at the backs of his comrades hurrying through the facility ahead of him, he felt bad. The situation is different, he told himself. Everyone who is here now did it of their own free will. Nobody talked them into embarking on this adventure. Everyone is old enough to know the risks. Yes, they are all old and experienced enough, he thought. That makes all the difference. It takes the responsibility off me. It was no use. The fact that he was dealing with people who were acting on their own responsibility did not help Davis to take a more relaxed view of the matter. He had to admit to himself that he was carrying around a debt that he had to pay off whether he wanted to or not. He would pay it off for all eternity without ever balancing the account. A sin could not be repaid, any more than you could bring back a life you had taken. When he thought honestly about the last few days, that had also been the reason why he wanted to help Porter and his friends, had to help them. Karma, he thought again. To him, who had never been religious and who didn't give a damn about esotericism. They left the artificial rooms of the plant and entered one of the drilling tunnels that a milling machine had dug into the rock weeks earlier. The tunnel was very wide so that the trucks could drive around in it to bring the ore-bearing rock to the extraction platform. One of the monstrous caterpillar vehicles rumbled past them, enveloping the team in a thick cloud of dust. There were about 40 of them now. A good 20 Akkato, 13 tunnel rats, and everyone from the new group except Stephanie Dormer and Dominic Porter. What worried Davis, apart from his own problems, was the fact that there were 7 freshmen who had no experience with the sniffers. A fact that made them quite useless for the ongoing operation. Their ignorance got them into trouble and forced their comrades to put their lives on the line when it came to fighting. Davis knew that some soldiers had no problem getting rid of this burden, or rather the risk, in a simple way. Davis and Skorsky could look back on experiences they wished they hadn't had. Back then, things had simply happened because Davis and Skorsky didn't think it was possible for soldiers to turn on their comrades. This facet of soldiering surprised them at the time and dampened their idealism considerably. This was probably because the old fighters did not inwardly regard the newcomers as comrades. Of course, newcomers were never equal. How could they be? But given the situation, people had to stick together. Who could say whether a new Napoleon might emerge from the greenhorns at some point? Or better still, a modern Attila who would send all the bugs packing. Davis and Skorsky had resolved to protect their comrades if the tunnel rats thought they had to get rid of the newcomers. The tunnel widened into a large cave. Vehicles coupled to cargo containers stood around here, fully loaded with spoil waiting to be taken to the conveyor. Davis felt the presence of the sniffers. An almost imperceptible sensation, soft as a whisper. The other sensitives sensed it too. David Cleese, the sergeant leading the small band of tunnel rats, ordered them to run. The sensors, or Sorrow as they were called by the Akkato, overtook the troop of horseheads to which they were assigned. Cleese whispered something to the Akkato leader, who ordered his men to take a break. The tunnel rats, however, hurried further into the dark tunnel. The rattling of the milling machine at the end of the tunnel still drowned out the hissing and growling in Davis's head that the sniffers were producing, but it was certain that they were approaching a group of Keymon. A group of exceptionally angry Keymon. The force of their thoughts was overwhelming. Davis clung to an imaginary anchor that helped him not to get lost in the world of the snoopers' thoughts. A short quote. "The will is the only reality," it read, and combined with a few strong breaths, it helped him to focus on the real environment. Once the fight had begun, it was almost impossible not to be fooled by the sniffers again. Adrenaline and other endorphins, combined with the physicality of the fight itself, ensured that he didn't lose his grip again. Once you understood all this, you could survive the first moments of the encounter, which were always the most dangerous and where beginners usually lost their lives. David Cleese ordered them to stop. "Who are the 2 who have already danced with the monsters?" he asked the new members of his troop. Davis and Skorsky knew this meant them and raised their hands. "That's us," said Raymond Davis. "We know all about snoops." "All right," Cleese shouldered his rifle. "I'm all about the others." Over to the gate with the newbies. At these words, his men grabbed the newcomers, took their weapons from them and pushed them ahead of them through the tunnel. Only now did Davis notice the heavy armored doors. They seemed to have come from a bunker and rested in a steel frame set into the rock. Behind them had to be Keymon, whose proximity Davis felt more and more strongly. He took a step towards the sergeant. "What are you up to?" "This is our party room," the man replied calmly. "This is where we dance with the devil. Anyone who wants to join us on the dance floor has to go through here. The Skelks will tear them to pieces," Davis yelled into his microphone. "This is murder." "No, it's a survival tactic," Cleese replied. "It helps us. It helps the troops. The troops are the only thing that matters. Without you, there's no security. The individual is expendable. Especially those who don't pass the test. It's even better for them if they leave straight away. No one is expendable." Davis was just about to raise his rifle and point the muzzle at Cleese when Skorsky put it down. "Are you crazy?" Skorsky squeezed between the 2 men. "There's no point. We have nothing to say here. Listen to your buddy," advised the sergeant as the heavy door leaves slid apart with a crunch. "I think you're only alive because he's with you and looking after you." Davis heard the screams of Tina Bowers. She cursed and kicked, but it was no use. Together with the others, she was pushed into the darkness behind the bulkhead. The emotions of the Keymon washed over Davis like an avalanche. He threw his rifle to the ground and attacked Cleese with his fists. "You bastard," he roared and punched the sergeant's head, who staggered briefly but immediately went on the counterattack. He was quick and dealt Davis several blows to the stomach and chest until he went down. Skorsky intervened again. "You fucking pig," Davis gasped as he picked himself up from the dust. The doors had now closed again and the tunnel rats came back to stand by their leader. The Akkato also rejoined them. Cleese wasn't finished with Davis yet. "What kind of guy is this Porter anyway?" he wanted to know. "A good soldier, as far as I know," Davis replied angrily. "One who would never take part in shit like this. It's a good thing he's not here. I would have put him in with the snoops on his own. He seems to be driving the whole troop crazy anyway." "What do you mean?" "You should check that boy out," Cleese continued. "He's blathering on about feeling the Keymon, even though none of the other Sorrow feel anything. That's not good at all. Makes the men crazy in the head. And we can't have that at all with our kind of opponents. You agree with me, don't you?" Davis remained silent while Cleese looked down at him. Why was Dominic making himself unpopular? Had he lost his mind? "I want this to stop, do you understand?" The sergeant's voice revealed that he wasn't joking. "We're under enormous pressure in the tunnels anyway. We don't need a freak with superpowers who can see ghosts here. Sort that out before my people take action." Davis realized the seriousness of the situation. The tunnel rats standing with Cleese also nodded and made comments when he spoke about Porter. Whatever Dominic had done, it seemed to be a topic of conversation in the squad and caused considerable discord. "We'll continue the mission," Cleese said succinctly and left, while his men joined him. "Good bang you've got Davis," he tapped the spot where Davis had hit him. Skorsky helped his friend up. "I can understand you," he said. "Everything repeats itself. We could have guessed." Davis avoided looking over at the door and fought back the images that tried to drill themselves into his head. But his imagination was enough to make him nauseous. "I swear to you," Davis whispered to Skorsky, "I'll make that guy pay." Skorsky reassured Davis as best he could. "Keymon is a giant," he reassured him. "They won't have an easy time with him. And they all have combat experience." "I swore I'd never let anything like this happen again," growled Davis. "And now it's happened again." 2 sentries stood in front of the gate and told Davis and Skorsky to move on. The troop reached the milling caterpillar. The design was gnarled and jagged, like a web of thick roots digging through the rock on caterpillar tracks. At the sides, it ejected tons of rock that was picked up by excavators and loaded into cargo vehicles that could pass for human constructs. They had angular, sober shapes and moved through the tunnels on large balloon tires. Here, the emotions of the snoopers in their prison were barely perceptible. They seemed to be the only specimens of their species in the vicinity of the facility anyway. The troop followed the tiller for a while until Cleese gave the order to turn back and make their way back. As he passed Davis, he couldn't refrain from making a pointed remark. "I wonder if the meat's cooked yet." Davis's fingers closed tightly around the grip of his gun. His thumb played with the safety lever. He used all his strength not to do anything stupid that could only end in disaster. In the past, he had often found himself in situations that demanded everything of him, and he had never allowed himself to do anything stupid. Now, however, he was on the verge of losing his temper. If even one of the greenhorns was dead, he didn't know what would happen. Skorsky pressed the muzzle of his rifle into his side. "For all our friendship," he whispered. "I'll shoot if you can't pull yourself together." Davis saw the gate, which shimmered in the darkness in the light of the many helmet lights as if it were wet. "Believe me," Pavel Skorsky affirmed. "I'm serious," the safety lever clicked. The 2 sentries pushed the door leaves apart. Davis ran to enter the chamber beyond. He prepared himself to see a terrible scene. In his anger and fear, however, he hadn't noticed that he couldn't hear the Keymon's thoughts. They had fallen silent. In the beam of his spotlight, he saw the carcasses of several sniffers lying sprawled or with their limbs twisted on the ground. They were all chained up and would never have been able to reach the greenhorns huddled against the wall. He heard Dora Foster whimper and Marcus Keymon gasp as he stood up and pulled his bayonet from the skull of one of the monsters. His eyes rolled so restlessly behind the slit that the whites were almost constantly visible. Park, Bowers, Gardner, Steinberg and Leach were leaning against the wall, struggling to get up. "What a trip," muttered Park. "How awesome." 2 tunnel rats switched on their helmet lights. They flanked the group of greenhorns and were initially unrecognizable in the darkness. Watchmen who now shouldered their rifles and helped the newcomers back to their feet. They were hidden in the chamber, just in case, so that they could intervene if the snoopers got loose. Davis approached Keymon, who was gradually regaining his composure. He spared himself the trouble of asking if he was all right. Keymon began to laugh and put his bayonet back into the clip on his lower leg. "Now I understand." Kelman's voice quivered. "This is incredible. It's better than sex." "Then you've never had good sex," Davis replied. "Let's get out of here." Cleese was already waiting for Davis. "Did you really think we were sadists?" "Yes, I did." Davis was nevertheless furious with the man. It was still too early to judge the sergeant, but he thought Cleese was a light-footed man with a penchant for sadism. Chapter 7. The pensive face of Brigadier General Matt Henderson stared at Captain Donnie Longhill from a monitor. In the private quarters behind the pilot's cockpit, the monitor was the only source of light casting a blue glow into the room. The sun had just risen and a snowstorm was already shaking the Yunja, which was swaying on its landing stilts. Snowflakes whirled past behind the armored glass skylight. "Then the boy saved us all," said the general at last. "What do you know about Porter?" Longhill had to admit that he knew nothing about him. He was also in the dark about his companions. The Akkato had never said much about the soldiers they sent to them. So how was Longhill supposed to know who he was dealing with? It didn't matter whether the new fighters were murderers, thieves or rapists. As long as they made themselves available to the Akkato and functioned, that was of secondary importance. So the Brigadier General's question came as a sudden surprise. "I'll find out who he is," said Longhill. "Right now he's in the infirmary with the doc. He's got a few scratches and his suit needs to be repaired." "I'm interested in how he got these abilities," said the general. "Or whether he's a weirdo and it was all just a coincidence. I'll find out." "You have to." Donnie, Henderson's voice lent his words exactly the seriousness they should have. "I think he might be the key to our problem. Once he's back on his feet, we need to familiarize him with our cause. It goes without saying. Judging by the size of today's attack, we can hope for a few quiet days. We shouldn't waste any time. I'm not sure if his sensory abilities can elicit a response. We won't know until there's a lineup." "I'll get him on his feet," Longhill promised. "When do you want me to bring him to you?" "Right away," said Henderson. "But not to the base. Not to Racco's. Take him to the cave. That's where we'll meet." The screen went dark and Longhill immediately set off. He left his quarters through the rear exit, hurried down the main corridor that ran like a spine through the ship's hull and found Porter lying on a cot in sickbay. Doc Warden was typing his reports into the computer and giving his assistants instructions for the many wounded brought to sickbay after the attack. Porter was rubbing the spot on his forearm where one of the assistants had injected him. "How is Porter?" Longhill asked the doctor. Doc Warden typed his last sentence on the keyboard and switched off the computer. He pushed his glasses back onto his forehead and rubbed the bridge of his nose wearily. "Good, thanks to him we have no fatalities or serious injuries." Yesterday a despised crank, now a celebrated hero, Longhill sat on the edge of the table and scrutinized Porter like an object of study on a dissecting table. "There must be a reason for that, right?" He turned to the doctor. "Have you done a comprehensive check?" "Of course," Warden replied. "As with every soldier who comes to the infirmary after a battle." "What about Porter's neurodata?" The doc hesitated. Longhill concluded that there must be something conspicuous in Porter's medical report. So what did you find out, Doc? Warden put on his glasses and turned his attention to Porter's file. The monitor showed diagrams, graphs, and figures. As you know, Warden began, all those who have had mental contact with the enemy have become junkies. Addicts. There are billions of neurotransmitters floating around in our synaptic clefts. Some seem to be new, or were previously inactive. Now our brains are producing them en masse since we were deflowered by the Keymon. The thought doesn't turn me on, Longhill interjected. I can't think of a better description, Doc apologized half-heartedly with a wry grin. Anyway, the things are buzzing around in our synaptic clefts, forcing us to seek contact with the snoopers. They're very active and cause our brain to make a mental connection as soon as one of the creatures is nearby. So, Porter has a few neurotransmitters that I would describe as passive. They are similar in structure, but they dock onto the dendrites. These are the branch-like extensions of the nerve cell at the end of which the chemical exchange of neurotransmitters takes place. Longhill was impatient. Okay. I'll have it in a minute. Just be patient, Warden activated a small hologram. Longhill wasn't in the mood for medical lessons. Keep it short. Don't resist the possibility of dying as an educated person. The hollow projection showed a neuron and its branched extension. A complex network of branches where information was exchanged and mysteriously formed into thoughts. Porter's transmitters are very calm dogs. They save all their energy for receiving signals and only sound the alarm when there is reason to do so. I think they are more effective than our hectic friends, who tend to rob us of our wits rather than make us more sensitive to the right signals. Why does Porter have those things? The question was initially directed at the doc, but Longhill realized he had asked the wrong person. What did you experience, Porter? Porter still looked dazed. With the strays? He asked wearily. No, with the scarecrow from the Wizard of Oz. With the Skelks, of course. Who were you traveling with? And what did you experience before they came to us? Porter hesitated. I need to know, urged the captain. Speak up. I was on the Zora under Captain Perk. The traitor? He wasn't a traitor. Porter groaned, getting off the cot to put on his uniform jacket. All lies. Doc was obviously about to give his opinion, but Longhill shook his head and forbade any interference in the conversation. I hope you weren't in cahoots with Perk, the captain remarked seriously. I wouldn't hesitate to throw you out in this foul weather. If it turns out that you belong to the Fleds, I won't tolerate you in my squad. Doc lowered his voice conspiratorially. I would suggest that this information about Perk stays between us. How do you even know about this? Porter looked irritated. I thought you had nothing more to do with Earth and its affairs? Longhill waited a few seconds before turning back to Porter. We're a long way off the beaten track, but we've got our information. Then you should know that Perk has been wronged. We'll talk about this aspect again later. Back to the subject. What happened to you? What gave you this little upgrade in your skull? Porter seemed to go over his time on the Zora in his mind and shook his head after a while. I have no idea. Longhill studied every movement on the boy's face. He thought he had a good knowledge of human nature. In any case, it was easy for him to see through a lie or to notice when someone was hiding something. The young man didn't give him the impression of being a liar. How fit do you feel, Porter? Longhill wanted to know. I'm fine, sir. That's the team spirit I expect. He grabbed Dominic by the arm and pushed him out of the infirmary. Put on something warm. I'll be waiting for you in the side hangar by one of the tenders. Chapter 8. Dominic took one of the combinations designed for short stays outdoors, put on his boots and stuffed his gloves into his pockets. On his belt was a face mask with the ability to infuse the air he breathed with warm water vapor to keep his lungs from freezing. Longhill had come on board the Dura accompanied by 2 officers. One of the Yunja's tenders. Dominic already knew Ableton, but David Cleese was new to him. He couldn't remember ever having seen him outside of a suit before. That was hardly surprising. After all, he had never seen most of his comrades without their armor. Kleesa's greeting was cool and dismissive. "So this is the boy wonder. Our Superman." "I never said that, sir," Dominic replied. "At least the chick can talk." Ableton was a little more conciliatory. "Get ready for something, kid. Expectations are very high right now. It would be stupid if the magic trick didn't work this time." "Shut up, Ableton," said Longhill. "Get in the cockpit with both of you and take off." He sat down in one of the armchairs against the wall and Dominic took a seat opposite him, from where he kept looking at Dominic like a curiosity. The empty squad room somehow had a frightening effect on Dominic. In his mind, this was how illegal interrogations and executions took place. At least according to everything he had read in books or seen in movies. He shouldn't have mentioned Perk. He felt sick. If Henderson had come to the conclusion that Dominic was one of the Fleds, one of the butchers, that would certainly be his death sentence. "So were you on your way back to Rakos to meet the general? Would there be a tribunal there?" Dominic thought that was more than likely. Were they going to throw him into the ice desert afterwards so that Dostra could finish him off? But then why the breathing mask? There were other methods, Dominic thought. He would only have to be sent back to the troop and eventually someone would be found to act as executioner. The troop usually dealt with that internally. A stray rumor was enough to put someone under the knife or make life so difficult for them that they ended it voluntarily. Dominic's father knew of several incidents of this kind. At the moment, he had no doubt that the mention of Captain Perk had just earned him an interrogation by General Henderson. An interrogation or worse. Military tribunal. That word had had a terrible ring to it at all times in human history. Cabaret program of death, Dominic's father called it, and he mentioned that acquittals were as common as unicorns. Dominic tried to clear his head again, but at the moment his imagination was running wild. It was impossible for him to think logically. The storm raged with undiminished force. At least the sun had risen in the meantime and pierced pale through the swirling gray. The Dura fought against the wind and chased through the low cloud layers without gaining any height. Longhill didn't seem to mind. In any case, he ordered the pilots to stop climbing. Apparently, he didn't want the flight to attract too much attention. Dominic realized that Longhill was hiding something from the Akkato. "You remind me of Perk," Dominic dared to say. He was also on his own mission. Longhill did not answer. Instead, he pulled a data pad out of his breast pocket and immersed himself in the information scrolling across the display. "You misjudged the man," Dominic continued, defending his former captain and thus himself. "He fought against the Fleds. We were looking for evidence of the Fleet Command's involvement in the Fleds' business and we found it. That's why they tried to get him out of the way." Longhill pretended not to listen to Dominic. The Dura continued to fly just below the cloud cover and made no attempt to gain altitude. There should have been a blue sky long ago and white light should have penetrated the ship through the windows. Instead, it was dark and hailstones were hitting the armored windows. If they wanted to fly to Rakos, there was absolutely no point in flying around below the clouds, between jagged rocks and mountain peaks. "We're not flying to Rakos," Dominic said. "No," replied Longhill, without looking at Dominic. "I'm not being taken to Henderson." "Nope." "Where are we flying to then?" No answer again. The captain studied the data on his handheld computer. The Dura continued to be shaken. A bolt of lightning struck the hull and the crash made Dominic flinch. "What are you planning to do with me?" Dominic wanted to know. "Does the general know about this?" Longhill finally responded. "He knows about our trip. That's all you need to know." Shortly afterwards, the Dura began to slow down and sink. The dinghy slid down into a ravine. The rocks began to close in. It became darker and darker. The storm subsided. It was almost dead quiet now, except for the hum of the repulsor field, which was reflected back from the rock faces. The boat slowed its flight and touched down on a snowfield. Searchlights were switched on and illuminated the rugged rock surrounding the Dura. At first glance, there was nothing here to suggest mining work. The rock was completely untouched, as far as Dominic could tell. "Check the fit of your boots and gloves," Longhill ordered. "We have to walk a bit through the cold until we reach the shelter of a cave. It's getting a bit warmer in there, but it's still minus 60 degrees. Accompanied by the two sergeants, Longhill and Porter worked their way through the freshly fallen snow. It was only about 200 meters from the ship to the rock, in which there was a narrow gap, but it demanded all Dominic's strength. The snow reached up to their waists and seemed almost impenetrable. The cold slowly crept under their clothes, while the warm, moist air they breathed flowed into Dominic's lungs. After a seemingly endless slog, the snow cover thinned and his boots stepped onto solid stone. Muffled silence greeted Dominic as he stepped into the dark tunnel. The soldiers switched on the lamps inserted into the shoulders of their jackets. The artificial light illuminated a world of jagged stones and rock rubble. A sight that could be found in any cave on any world. There was nothing unusual about it. Porter was beginning to doubt the point of the excursion, but refrained from getting on Longhill's nerves with questions. But he suddenly felt the need to talk to Dominic. 3 years ago, the Akkato drilled a test hole here, he told Dominic. They lost some drill heads that had fallen into some caves. The rock here is riddled with caves, which is why they've never mined here, because you can't set up a mining rig here without risk. But there's a lot more here than just caves. While Longhill was talking, Dominic thought he heard the sound of a voice overlaying the captain's words. A whole series of images flashed through his mind. Landscapes, stars, planets. "Are you listening to me, Porter?" Longhill wanted to know. Dominic had trouble understanding the man. "I heard them. Caves." They were talking about caves. Cleese and Ableton stopped. "What's wrong with him?" Ableton inquired. "Are there any snoopers around?" Longhill pushed Dominic in front of him. "Keep moving. We're almost there." Once again, Dominic sensed the presence of an entity. But it was different from the sensations the Keymon triggered in him. It tickled his senses instead of frightening him. The visions that had just come over him had nothing of the brutal force with which the sniffers punched the images into people's minds. The impressions that flooded Dominic's mind flowed into him like rivers and streams into a lake. It was pleasant and intoxicating. Unlike the mental assaults by the Keymon that held the mind captive, he could shake off these visions quite easily. "Are you still with us, Porter?" Longhill's words penetrated Dominic's consciousness as if from far away. The images of distant worlds faded. Reality flowed back into its hard forms and filled his field of vision. But the surroundings had changed. Where before there had been craggy rocks and stones, Dominic now saw flat, smooth walls. Remains of an underground complex or a palace, if he considered the magnificent reliefs that adorned the tunnel. "Where are we?" asked Dominic, his voice tired. Longhill grabbed Dominic by the shoulders and shook him. "Tell me what was wrong with you. What did you feel?" "I was among the stars," Dominic replied, still slightly absent-minded. "Not quite in the here and now. Like a fish in the ocean between worlds." Dominic actually expected Longhill and his officers to laugh at him right away. Instead, they exchanged meaningful glances. Finally, the captain pushed Dominic further into the vaults. Dominic couldn't tell how far they had already gone and how often he had fallen into a kind of somnambulistic trance in between. But at last the corridor widened into a wide hall, larger than the interior of a cathedral, like those found in the old cities of Earth. If this sight alone was fascinating enough, it was surpassed by a large shimmering golden object standing in the center of the hall. It was undoubtedly a spaceship. But it looked more like a piece of jewelry created by a goldsmith. It was impossible to tell whether the many curved ornaments covering the hull had a very pragmatic purpose or were merely decorative. The feelings that overcame Dominic were particularly strong here. However, they did not force themselves on him, but withdrew so that they did not overwhelm him. It was like the curious groping of a child's fingers that didn't want to hurt anyone. And yet Dominic felt that they were strong enough to break him. "It's the ship," Dominic breathed, struggling to process all the impressions. Longhill nodded. "Yes. We feel it now too. But obviously nowhere near as intensely as you. That's why you brought me here?" Dominic concluded. "To make contact?" "Not quite," corrected Longhill. "We already have contact. The ship is ready to receive, but we can't cause a reaction or influence it." "And you think I could do that?" "I'm not going to pass judgment on that." Longhill walked towards the ship, whose bow was touching the ground and was open. "We'll have to find out first." They followed Longhill into the ship. Here, too, soft, curved shapes predominated. Similar to the Akkato, whose ships were made of wood. But there was something rough and sober about the Akkato's construction, whereas this one was delicate and playful. Who built it? Dominic wanted to know. It wasn't the Akkato. "A pony," explained Ableton. "The Apony created it. And this whole underground complex. Why did you leave the ship behind?" Longhill made a dismissive gesture with his hand. "Damn it, who cares? There's a lot we'll never know. The important thing is, it's here and we need to know if you can fly it." They reached the command post at the front of the ship. There was a row of arched, lenticular windows, but they were as cloudy as blinded eyes. In front of them were consoles and seats, shaped like plants growing out of the floor. Dominic noticed all sorts of human-made technical devices that were somehow connected to the ship. Measuring instruments, Dominic assumed, to explore the ship. However, it was the armchair in the middle of the room that attracted the most attention. It resembled an open flower. More precisely, it reminded Dominic of the outstretched tentacles of a carnivorous plant. It was the only part of the entire ship that made Dominic feel a little afraid. "That's new," Longhill said, pointing to the open flower chair with a nod of his head. "Betsy's never done it before." Betsy. How could you call such an unusual object as this ship Betsy? Dominic thought. "You want me to get in there and see what I can achieve?" Would be the point of it all. Ableton grinned broadly. "Good thing I'm not the sensitive one among us. That would be out of my league." Dominic had a similar view of the situation. Even the friendly and welcoming impressions that still flooded his mind couldn't change that. The fundamental difference between the Akkato, Keymon, a pony and whatever else they're called, growled Longhill, is the ability to travel in interstellar space. He slowly circled the pilot's seat, occasionally touching it with his fingertips. "We humans could go far if that possibility were open to us. In fact, I'm sure we could give the whole galactic gang a real fright." Dominic kind of liked the idea, even though he had no intention of taking revenge for anything. Still, there was something appealing about going from slave to warrior. "It would be enough for me to find a safe haven for us humans," said Dominic. "They do exist," said Cleese. "I'm convinced of that." Dominic found the idea of a secret sanctuary for humans appealing. "What makes you so sure?" "Rumors," the officer replied. "Nothing is as enlightening as a rumor." "It'll have to wait." The tone of voice suggested that Longhill didn't think much of this castle in the air. At least it didn't seem to be one of his priorities. "We have to learn to walk first. Then we'll see." He patted the soft seat of the armchair. "How about we don't waste any time with this?" As soon as Longhill had said that, Dominic was overcome by a wave of sensations that triggered a flood of happiness hormones in him. An invitation. Demanding, powerful. Unyielding, like the embrace of a lover. Dominic didn't hesitate any longer and took a seat in the pilot's chair. In an instant, tentacles and graspers closed around his body until they enveloped him like a web of vines and roots. He fell into a realm of darkness and cold. Chapter 10. The operations in the tunnels continued over the next few days. The damaged drilling rig was back in operation and filled the cargo chambers of the tender, which was perched on it like a stranded walrus, with the precious ore. All has been quiet since the attack, as the Keymon had caught a bloody nose and didn't show themselves. The days had been uneventful, except for the impressive weather phenomena that heralded the coming of spring. There were 2 days when the temperatures were just below freezing, making it possible to leave the yunja without a protective suit. On these days, the tension among the soldiers eased and they became closer in casual conversation. But neither Longhill nor any of his officers mentioned a possible trip to Earth to Dominic. Dominic couldn't shake the feeling that the horseheads were already suspicious and Henderson had to be careful not to jeopardize the secret. In the meantime, the snow retreated more and more. There were days when heavy snowstorms covered the entire landscape in a blanket of white snow as far as the eye could see. But it usually melted again quickly and the only white that remained shone on the peaks and slopes of the mountains. One morning, a large Akkato ship appeared and dropped off a number of landing craft, from which an army of soldiers poured out. They were Akkato and human. Longhill gave a short talk explaining what was happening. The entire crew had taken up positions in the cargo hold among the anchored armor while the captain spoke. "We've been ordered to monitor a new borehole." Longhill folded his arms behind his back. "We'll fly about 400 kilometers south and search the area for sniffers. We have no support from regular troops in this case. The only horseheads we'll have to deal with are the drilling crews. Carrick Jacker and his Haruk Skur have other duties in the meantime and will be leaving Dostra. That's why other troops are here now to take over our duties until we get back." "Why was Jacker sent away?" one of the soldiers wanted to know. It was Martin Banbury. A gaunt man who was bored when nothing was happening and looked for trouble whenever he felt like it. For this reason, his hooked nose was broken several times and hung crookedly in his face. The rest of his face also bore the scarred scars of past disagreements. He was neither a beauty nor someone you liked to be around. Apart from his quarrelsomeness, however, he was a bright fellow with a quick wit. Even if you could say a lot of bad things about him, he wasn't a fool. He cleared his throat and repeated his question. "Why are they gone, the horseheads?" "I didn't ask her that," replied Longhill. "To put it mildly, it's none of our business." "I'd still like to know," the soldier continued. "Not that they'll be burned out and we'll have to look for other buddies." "So what?" replied Longhill. "Then we'll just be assigned to other units." "What do you care?" The man didn't let up. "That's unusual. We were together with the boys from the Black Bulls for a long time. Why do they suddenly have to go somewhere else now?" "Ask Mestre." Longhill seemed overwhelmed by this question and turned back to all his soldiers. "Don't worry about it. Get your equipment in shape. That should be your full attention now." Dismissed. Longhill made his way to his quarters while the crew went about their business. Dominic's suspicions were aroused. It would never have occurred to him to ask Longhill about the reasons for Akkato's actions. But the soldiers' questions were justified. "What do you think?" asked Dominic Davis and Skorsky. "Why did they fly away?" Davis looked around in all directions before he dared to make a guess. "I think there's a fight out there somewhere." He gestured briefly upwards with his thumb. "They've been called in as reinforcements. And we now have something to do," added Skorsky. "So that we are tidy. And not worry too much." "Longhill thinks for himself," Dominic concluded. "He's not an officer for nothing." Skorsky made no secret of the fact that he thought the captain was capable. Banbury also drew his own conclusions, Dominic reminded us. Skorsky waved him off. Banbury had better keep his mouth shut. He'll get us all into trouble. He just didn't turn his mind off. If he had any sense, he would hold back with his assumptions. Davis seemed to have something else on his mind. "I want our squad to stay together." Dominic didn't quite understand what he meant. "The three of us and those who came with us," Davis explained. "I want us to keep an eye on each other. I would never forgive myself if we lost anyone." Skorsky listened to every word his friend uttered and made no reply. There had to be a deeper meaning behind what Davis had said than just concern for a group of people he barely knew. The Yunja took off and headed south. The weather was clear and Dominic was able to watch the flight through one of the side windows. He could see that their previous location was on a rugged plateau that sloped southwards into a hilly plain. Here and there, mountain ranges rose into the sky, from where mighty glaciers stretched out into the plain. Dominic saw icy lakes, some of which were still covered in snow where the wind had not blown them clear and the ice reflected the sunlight. The weather was clear, but deceptive. Gusts of wind shook the yunja and drove swathes of ice crystals across the land. Dominic shivered at the thought of being lost in this solitude. After a few minutes, the ship descended into lower regions. Another mountain range came into view, rising gently from the plain. In a high valley flanked on both sides by glaciers, the yunja descended. Captain Longhill ordered the entire crew to put on their suits, disembark, and survey the terrain. Davis kept an eye on the group gathering around Dominic and staying close to him as they swarmed out. The temperature had dropped again and was hovering around -60 to 70 degrees. The visibility was so clear that it was difficult to judge distances. The mountains on either side looked close and threatening. Dominic wondered what would happen if the glaciers melted and started to slide. It seemed questionable to him whether a conveyor system should be installed here. The snow under his boots was hard and scratched his armor. A clear sign that there had recently been a thaw here. Progress was difficult, as his boots kept breaking into the icy surface. The widening of the soles, which the soldiers had extended to enlarge the treads of their boots, did nothing to change this. Dominic could feel nothing that indicated the presence of Keymon. Longhill occasionally checked in with him by direct radio, but the area was apparently free of snoops. Davis had initially had no success in keeping the group of newcomers together. The captain insisted on spreading the inexperienced soldiers around the squad so that they could learn. After all, Dominic, Davis and Skorsky formed a small formation heading for a glacier wall. Dominic decided that the time had come to find out a little more about his two companions. "Have you ever been to Dostra?" Davis replied in the negative. "On other worlds, yes." Pemmer, Adra and Gist, added Skorsky, who obviously also felt addressed. "All beautiful and repulsive in their own way," added Davis. "What did you experience there?" Dominic wanted to know. "Wonderful and terrible things," Skorsky cleared his throat. "But we didn't have much time to look around and enjoy ourselves. The worlds could hardly be more different. Pemmer, a jungle world, with flowers as tall as towers. Adra, a planet with tropical islands and oceans full of life." Skorsky discovered his pleasure in telling Dominic about his experiences. Gist is a desert world. Barren and hot, but it also had its beauty. Sunrises and sunsets. "Boy, you'll never forget the colors, I swear to you." But all these worlds had only one thing in common. "The Tuokai?" Dominic concluded. "Yes. And the war that's being waged there over the stuff." "Why is that?" "As far as I know, the Keymon and the Akkato needed to build their ships." He paused, as if he had to find the right words. "Their ships have hearts made from Tuokai." That sounds exciting. Mysterious. Fairy tale-like. Davis rejoined the conversation. "There's nothing fairy tale about it. We're dying. That's the truth. But we intend to find refuge. Yes, if we keep our eyes and ears open, we might find some clues. But then there has to be an opportunity." Dominic knew that there was little hope of that. With the ship that Longhill had found, however, the prospects were better. But Dominic hesitated to tell Davis and Skorsky about the secret he and the tunnel rats shared. After all, there were other topics that interested Dominic. "Do you know what's giving me a headache?" Dominic suddenly threw into the room. "We're completely cut off from Earth here, and yet Longhill knew about some of the events of the last few years." I asked him how he knew. He said there were possibilities. "Do you know what he meant by that?" Davis did not answer. "I explain it by the new people who come here. But when I think about how difficult it was for us to get into the tower to apply, I think that's rather unlikely." Davis's silence was talkative enough to make Dominic realize that he had stumbled upon a secret. "I'm sure they can tell me more about it," Dominic probed. The Akkato pick up shipwrecked people, Davis explained succinctly. Dominic knew about it. He had had the opportunity to talk to some of his comrades. But most of the people who had been integrated into the Akkato army in this way were from the early days of the invasion, a good 10 years ago. From a time when many ships and habitats were lost. Most of the soldiers he knew and had asked had been with the army for at least 8 years and were survivors from that turbulent time. Only one of them had bought in with the Akkato about 4 years ago in the same way as Dominic and his companions. In recent years, our fleet has been wary of the aliens, Dominic continued. We'd rather retreat than risk an encounter. The loss of ships and crews in an exchange of blows with Keymon or Akkato is manageable. Dominic was on the right track. Skorsic and Davis remained silent and trudged through the snow with feigned composure. He dared to make another advance. You two have something to hide from the Akkatos. Am I right? Davis stopped and turned to Dominic. He suppressed his anger as best he could and chose his words as carefully as he could. I'm ready to tell you everything, he said, his eyes sparkling. Where the information and the supply of people come from. But now we have a job to do without the protection of an Akkato force. Concentrate on securing the compound now. He turned away and stomped off. Skorsky joined him without saying another word to Dominic. They walked alongside a glacial moray eel for quite a while, its curved back gleaming in the sun. It flowed down from the mountain slopes, curved and coiled like a snake through the valley before pouring northwards into the plain. Parts of its flanks were constantly breaking off and tumbling into the depths. An incessant crunching and grumbling sound emanated from the tongue of ice as it pushed inexorably forward. The ice has melted here, Davis lectured. Now it's freezing again, expanding and blowing up the rock. They had been walking in silence for a few minutes when Longhill gave an order to the whole troop. They were to retreat to the Yunja, as the ship with the drilling crew would be arriving at any moment. They were just stomping up the ramp into the lock, where some soldiers were already waiting to be let in, when the Akkatos arrived. The ship was barely bigger than the Yunja. It fell from the sky as hulking and rough as a rootstock. The landing was more like a crash. The impact shook the ground and sent chunks of ice and snow flying. The drilling tools immediately went to work, driving the cutters deep into the rock. The airlock chamber was fired and the inner bulkhead opened, sliding upwards. The soldiers trudged into the cargo hold, accompanied by the fog of condensing moisture reacting with the cold air from the airlock chamber. Dominic stepped up to the designated marker and after his armor was anchored, he opened it and stepped out. Davis and Skorsky withdrew, leaving Dominic alone. Longhill approached him. I assume the area is clean, he began, right? I didn't sense anything, Dominic replied. I suspect that even the Keymon don't have that many reserves to place their sniffers all over Dostra. I'll be honest with you, Porter, the captain crossed his arms in front of his chest. I have the feeling that something is not going the way the Akkato want it to. Dominic was not surprised by this assumption. Davis had expressed the same concern. What does that mean for us? That I certainly don't want to put you at risk, replied Longhill. You can imagine why. I'm not going to send them on patrol. The weather is changing and poses a greater threat than the Keymon. And they're also cautious in the changing season. When the snow and ice melt, Dostra is a hotbed of activity. So they enjoy their time on indoor duty. That will make me very unpopular with my comrades. You're not here to make yourself popular. Dominic saluted. Yes, sir. You can save your sarcasm, Porter, the captain said casually. I'm not being friendly. I'm just following my instinct for self-preservation. Chapter 11. The next 4 days followed the usual routine. One group after another went on patrol and the conveyor system drove its drills into the planet's crust unmolested. Temperatures had risen again and were well above zero at times. Dominic and some of his comrades dared to leave the ship a few times and enjoy the fresh air on the boarding ramp for a few minutes. He heard the distant crashing and thundering of the glaciers as they began to move. Rivers of meltwater rushed beneath the ice. The Yunja sank more and more into the snow under which the masses of water were flowing. The snow was still thick enough to support the weight of the ship. But it wouldn't stay that way for much longer. Clouds rolled in and the alarm was sounded. Nobody was allowed to go outside now. 2 gliders took off to bring the sensors back on board. They returned just in time and brought the soldiers to safety. Seconds later, a shower of hail fell, making the hull of the ship roar so loudly that you would have thought you were inside a bell. The hailstones were the size of melons and punched holes in the snow, which soon reminded Dominic of the cratered landscape of the Earth's moon. The weather cleared up again. Towards evening, a storm set in that lasted into the morning. The warm wind melted the snow and left reflective lakes and puddles on the plain in front of the ship, which collected in the hollows left by the hailstorm. "It's going to stay this turbulent for the next 3 weeks," said Davis and joined Dominic at the open bow lock. He sucked the fresh air into his lungs and laughed. Spring on Dostra has a lot to offer. Davis and Skorsky had often been out and about, and they gave Dominic little opportunity to talk to them. They had made it quite clear that their past had to rest a little longer and could not tolerate any questions. Nevertheless, Davis had managed to keep the group that had embarked on the adventure among the stars with them from falling apart. They often sat together, either in the crew room or on the loading area of the hangar to play cards or tell each other stories. The comrades learned a lot about each other, but not from Skorsky and Davis, who had an open ear for everything and everyone. They were interested, understanding and helpful. Unlike Dominic, the others seemed to respect the fact that the 2 men kept a low profile when they were asked to talk about themselves. Dominic looked closely at Davis, who was now standing next to him and enjoying the fresh air. A teacher, Dominic thought, refraining from saying the thought out loud. Davis must have been a teacher once, used to dealing with the worries and needs of his pupils, recognizing their strengths and weaknesses and preparing them for life. Whether it was purely an end in itself that motivated Davis to look after the group, Dominic didn't dare to judge. At least he assumed so, even if he didn't want to deny Davis a certain idealism that determines some of his actions. "I'm not the only one who has secrets," Davis remarked without taking his eyes off the landscape. "That's also the case with you when I analyze my observations." Dominic feigned ignorance. "In the beginning, you were the laughing stock of the squad," Davis continued. "A troublemaker who pretended to have special abilities. Then came the attack that we wouldn't have survived if it hadn't been for you. Shortly afterwards, you flew off with Longhill and some of his officers. Not in the direction of one of the bases. Not to Rakos, Mara, or Sapan, but off into the barren land. How long did the trip take?" Davis leaned back against the frame of the bulkhead. 12, 13 hours? Longer? Dominic was a bad liar and he didn't even try to pull any tricks on Davis. "What do you suspect?" His counterpart crossed his arms in front of his chest. "Somewhere where a guy with extraordinary abilities like you could be needed. And to something the Akkato aren't allowed to see. I don't know what you're making up." His feeble attempt to find an excuse didn't work. "My guess is a ship. A Keymon ship, perhaps." Dominic knew that Davis could read his face like a book. His brother Benjamin always said that honest lives were the most dangerous and that Dominic was not only the worst player in the family, but also the lamb who made everyone become a wolf. This assessment was no longer true. Dominic had lost much of his youthful naivety, but at the moment he was back to his old self. Overwhelmed, bowed down by the weight of events. More precisely, by the pressure of the consequences they brought with them. Perhaps he was looking for a shoulder to cry on. He hated having to agree with his brother. "A pony?" Davis followed up. Dominic managed to suppress a random reaction, but Davis knew he had guessed correctly. The man sighed. "Your ships make a fantastic impression. But what good is that if you don't know how to fly them?" For a moment he feared that Raymond Davis could read his mind, that he thought Elena Green and Monica Simmons were capable of making the Syrah fly. "A pile of old junk," Dominic claimed. "Nothing more. Foolish to pin your hopes on it. Would have liked to see it anyway." "I don't know where it is," Dominic played it down. I wasn't in the cockpit, so I don't have any data. You can find out. How about one of your secrets now? Davis was silent, as if he expected Dominic to ask him questions. They were teachers. Boston Heights, Davis confessed. Professor of history and ethics. I also taught physical education. Dominic couldn't say where the realization came from, but all at once he realized that Davis carried a guilt with him. That's why he insisted that the group stay together. He wanted to make amends. How many people have you led to their deaths? The question came suddenly from Dominic's lips and struck Davis, he realized. That's enough now, Davis returned. You're one answer ahead now. Let's leave it at that. Even if Dominic had wanted to, he didn't get a chance to ask any more questions. A wave of emotions crashed against his chest and visions exploded in his head like a barrage. He would have fallen if Davis hadn't caught him. Within seconds, Dominic had the attention of the entire crew. Someone sounded the alarm. Some soldiers got into their suits. Gunners rushed to their stations. The ramp was pulled back and the front bulkhead closed. Dominic returned to reality, but it was more exhausting than the last time. The impressions faded. The cargo hold with its sober shapes emerged from the twilight of gloomy visions. Which way? Davis gasped. Where did you locate them? Dominic's breathing was heavy and he was unable to form words. He pointed upwards. Longhill had appeared on the gallery surrounding the cargo hold and, after seeing Dominic's gesture, hurried into the cockpit. Shortly afterwards, the engine started up and the ship began to lift off the ground. Like everyone else, Dominic got into his armor. Once the suit was locked, he called up the tactical data in his visor. On the display in front of his eyes, he could see the shimmering blue image of the Yunja. The areas that had just been activated glowed yellow. A swarm of red, triangular symbols appeared. Targets were switched on and the Yunja opened fire. A few of the symbols disappeared. The Unia received a series of hits. Dominic was thrown back and forth in his suit until the padding molded itself to his body and held it firmly in place. He felt the blows that were now hitting the ship as dull vibrations running through the hull. Several areas of the ship's image in his visor flashed red. It didn't look good, and again Dominic felt claustrophobic in his tight armor. On top of that, the Keymon's anger raged in his mind. Locked motionless in his suit, as if in a tin can, Dominic was unable to escape the impressions. They penetrated his consciousness painfully, like nails being driven into his skull. Something hit the bulkhead and tore a hole in it. Dominic saw the blue sky shining behind it until the horizon and finally the rocky ground came into view. The Yunja fell from the sky like a meteor. Chapter 12. Pavel Skorsky tried to undo the straps holding him in the glider's pilot's seat. The woman next to him, who had also come up with the idea of saving herself in the vehicle, had more success and was already climbing out. She disappeared without looking back for Skorsky or helping him. Bitch, Skorsky muttered angrily and continued to fiddle with the clasp until it finally opened with a click. He almost fell out of the cockpit and only now realized that the Yunja was in an inclined position. He carefully let himself slide down over the nose of the ship, got his feet on the ground and felt his way out of the hangar bay where the vehicle was parked. The alarm siren fell silent. The air was thick with smoke, visibility limited. He heard the hissing of automatic fire extinguishers. Someone was screaming somewhere. An explosion shook the ship. The bang hit Skorsky's ears like a hammer. The shock wave drove smoke and sparks through the corridors. Skorsky reached the hangar and looked down at a scene of devastation. There was a large gaping hole in the bow of the Yunja. The front airlock was practically non-existent. Several suits of armor lay twisted and bent across the floor. The bearers were almost certainly dead. Some soldiers staggered irritably through the chaos. Doc and his assistants arrived and tended to the wounded. Skorsky remembered a similar sight he had seen a few years ago. Dozens of injured, dying, and dead people. Young men and women with their limbs torn off, screaming or staring silently in front of them. Only the scenery was different. In his mind, he was back in a valley on the jungle world of Pemmer. In his mind's eye, he saw mangled ships lying burning and smoking in the dense vegetation of Pemmer. Davis was pulling mutilated comrades from the wreckage. He was no longer thinking about fighting. The Keymon had already retreated and left the bloody scene after causing carnage. Outnumbered, they had had an easy game with the humans, especially as the Keymon troops consisted not only of snoopers but also of regular combat units. The loss of life was immense. A disaster for which the Akkato Prince Baran Baraka was responsible. Another explosion snapped Skorsky back to the present. He could see Davis fiddling with one of the suits of armor, still fixed in its moorings, right at the edge of the hole in the front, with its sharp-edged edges. Skorsky hurried down the stairs as best the ship's inclination would allow and tried to help his friend, who was struggling with the armor. "I can tell you're not a mechanic." Skorsky pushed his buddy aside and stuck his fingers into the overlapping gap between the breastplate and the belly plates. He groped for a small lever that could be used to open the armor manually. He found the oval indentation in a latch, inserted his index finger and pulled. The breastplate opened, followed by the abdominal area, collar and helmet visor, which folded back. Skorsky turned his attention to the arm and leg splints, and after he had opened them, a fainting Dominic Porter tumbled out of the armor like a peeled crab. The two men made an effort to bring the boy back to consciousness, which they succeeded in doing after a few moments. "What happened?" asked Dominic. "That people always have to ask the same question," Skorsky grumbled. "It was obvious that we were shot down. We launched the dinghies to deal a few more blows, but to no avail. The boats are now scrap metal too. Where are the Keymon now?" Skorsky was also surprised. They would have done well to give the Unia the rest. To hell with them. Who knows what's going on in their heads? But for the moment, they've let us go. Longhill's voice echoed through the ship. "Anyone with technical training, come to me." Skorsky felt addressed. "You can handle the little one, Ray?" Davis nodded. "He doesn't need any more help." At the back of the Yunja, where the reactor and engine room were located, Skorsky met the captain and a small group of soldiers, to whom the chief engineer was just explaining the serious situation they were in. The engineer's name was Adam Hunt, and he was a short man with a stocky build. His long, black hair was knotted into a thick plait at the back of his head. His shiny bald head was glistening with sweat. He pointed to various parts of the engine room. "The main reactor's cooling system is broken," he explained hoarsely, coughing a few times. "We can no longer use it. The ship is currently drawing all its energy from the auxiliary reactor. But you can't switch it to continuous operation without jeopardizing its integrity. The solar panels barely provide enough power for life support." "What about the weapons and the shield system?" asked a young woman with short blonde hair. "The shield system draws too much energy," explained Hunt. "If we do without it, we can fire about 20 times with the plasma guns or 100 times with the rails. But then we're down to zero." Captain Longhill tried to radiate confidence. "We're not under attack at the moment. Time to lick our wounds and get ready. I think we have a chance." "You see it that way too, don't you?" The truth would have been better, Skorsky thought. Every recruit was able to recognize the desperation behind Longhill's words. Nevertheless, the soldiers responded with an energetic "Yes, sir." "We're not finished," added a young man. "Let them come. I'll kick their asses," another joined in. The small crew applauded and laughed. Skorsky joined them, clapping his hands wearily. Good thing he wasn't a captain. He didn't understand psychology. At that moment, the hull of the ship groaned. The landing grabs moved and corrected the list. "We've had that before," commented Hunt. "What should we do now?" Skorsky wanted to know. "What should we do?" In response, Hunt switched on the holographic representation of the Yunja's entire conduit system, generated by a projector in his bracelet. It floated above their heads like the vascular network of an organic creature. The first thing we do is switch off all the systems we don't need, Hunt continued. We have to deactivate all the fuses. That should be the easiest. That way we can prevent the computer from playing a trick on us and leaving the lights on in any of the chambers. Numerous markings lit up. These are the fuses. A lot of work, as you can see. I divide up teams and then they grab tools and get to work. Skorsky and the young woman who had previously asked about the operational capability of the weapons and shield system formed a team. Her name was Jada Stone and she was a skilled technician, but it took them hours to switch off all the fuses. Where were you at the time of the attack? Skorsky asked as they were putting the finishing touches to one of the fuses. I was at a gun, the woman replied. Did you notice what happened? It happened very quickly, she said. They practically fell out of the sky and attacked the Akkato. Then they attacked us. When we crashed, they flew on. They flew on? Yes. Then we were just a snack on the way for the Keymon. What do you mean? They must have had a more important goal and just casually dispatched us. Well, I've had enough, said Jada. I don't need seconds. Skorsky had a bad feeling. Jada's information was just another piece of the puzzle, like the withdrawal of the Black Bulls a few days earlier. He suspected that a major attack was taking place somewhere. In that case, it was dangerous to be stranded far from a base. The risk of being forgotten if a withdrawal was considered was very high. Has the captain made contact with Rakos yet? The transmitter is out of order, Jada still sounded confident. But I'm sure the horseheads will send someone soon. Skorsky wished he had Jada's optimism. Of course, he said succinctly. They certainly will. Chapter 13. Longhill sat alone in the pulpit, watching the low-hanging clouds swirling over the debris field that stretched across the glacier tongue. He was bitterly sick of the cup of strong coffee he held in his hands and leaned back in his chair. The metal badges that rested in a small ammunition container on his knees jingled. There were 33 of them. 33 dead out of 210. A high number of casualties. In just 5 minutes, he had lost more people than he had in the last 5 months. Most of them died in the dinghies, their charred wrecks lying out on the ice. Many of the brands were deformed and blue from the heat. They had all been cleaned, but there were still remnants of burnt flesh in the embossed lettering and numbers. Longhill had known 3 of the dead for a long time and had become so accustomed to their presence that he had never considered the possibility of their loss likely or had simply ignored it. Longhill placed the small box on the ground, away from his field of vision. Then he sipped his coffee anxiously and let his eyes wander over the ice, snow, and rocks. He had serious doubts that they would make it back and whether anyone would collect his badge if he died out there in the freezing desert. Ableton and Cleese entered the pulpit and settled into their seats. They looked tired and exhausted. They had had to coordinate and delegate a lot in the last few hours. What about Henderson? Cleese asked after massaging his temples for a few seconds. He could send scouts. Longhill thought it unlikely that the situation would allow this. The situation is certainly more serious than we all think. Ableton made no reply to this. He had already told the captain his view of the situation and was equally pessimistic. Longhill called up a hologram with the relief pattern of the planet's surface, showing the landscape that lay between Rakos and their crash site. It hovered above the console in front of the cockpit window and showed many details. This is an old scan, explained Longhill. It was taken 4 years ago. It's from the summer, so it doesn't show any glaciers or ice fields. I don't need to tell you how much the climatic conditions here change the landscape. The flow rate of the glaciers is enormous, as is the force with which they carve the rocks. The meltwater alone moves the scree and rocks and piles them up into hills. The map could just as easily be from another world, he frowned. The devil really is in the detail here. Cleese zoomed in on some of the details of the illustration. So we don't know anything. Longhill tried to suppress this fact. After all, nothing should have changed in the larger geological facts. He marked some areas in the hologram. That alluvial valley should still be there, and the terrain doesn't rise until about 200 kilometers from Rakos. Even a slight incline would make it impossible for the Yunja to continue on the hover field. Ableton studied the numbers that lit up next to the markers. But the last stage is impossible to manage. The gradient is 10% for the last 15 kilometers. Cleese tapped his chin. We'll use the caterpillars until the power runs out and walk the rest. Maybe we'll have good weather and won't need our suits. Climbing in those things is dangerous. So let's hope we're lucky. Ableton laughed bitterly. We haven't had much of that so far. I think we've had enough of this, said Cleese. Otherwise we wouldn't be discussing it now. Longhill nodded. Yes. We've been very lucky. Let's hope it stays that way. Let's also hope, Ableton continued, that the lower entrances to the station are not locked. Cleese seemed worried. I'm just wondering what's going to happen when we get to the base. What do you mean? Longhill wanted to know. If the Keymon have taken the base, what do we do then? So far, they have shown little interest in occupying our bases, said Longhill. They're not interested in our technology or that of Akkato. They take the mind metal and disappear. Ableton obviously had other worries. I'm more afraid of our horse-headed allies, he murmured thoughtfully. They need us to accompany them into the tunnels, otherwise they just see us as a burden. And many of them have a screw loose anyway. Ableton tapped his forehead. Longhill understood exactly what he meant. The soldiers on the mining worlds were not actually part of the regular fighting forces of the Akkato Empire. They were made up of criminals, psychopaths, and other individuals who had fled the law or society for some reason and gone into hiding. None of these reasons qualified them as reliable comrades. I mean, Ableton continued, the guys we're fighting with aren't exactly friends of their own species. So why would they stand up for humans? They're not going to match our running speed or take care of the wounded if they have to assume they're surrounded by Keymon. Of course Ableton was right. And Cleese didn't comment on his comrade's words either. The facts could not be denied. In the past, there had always been assaults or other serious problems involving unexplained deaths. Humans were both useful and a hindrance. And Akkato's point of view changed depending on their situation and personality. Longhill had to take the officer's concerns seriously. He hadn't thought about it himself and was more concerned with the obvious problems. We'll discuss it when we've made it to Rakos, the captain rebutted. We still have no idea what awaits us there. Chapter 14. Dominic was pleased that all his friends were alive, even if Stephanie Dormer was still cold and cynical towards him. She didn't seem to be an easy person anyway, but somehow they bonded over the fact that they had passed their first mission together and survived. For the next 3 days, they waited for a rescue team. But neither the Akkato nor a ship under Henderson's command appeared. The Keymon didn't show up either, which was very pleasing at first, but added to the unrest. The situation was discussed among the crew, and after a short time it was clear to all that there was obviously a major battle going on that was keeping the forces of both sides busy. They could not expect to be rescued in the next few days. And when the temperatures reached the melting point of molten lead in about 8 weeks, it would be over anyway. At the latest, because the firestorms that swept across the land and burned everything that moved in the open would start before then. Skorsky and Davis had given Dominic their thoughts on the likelihood of a major battle immediately after the crash. He had no doubt that the two old warhorses had their experience, but he harbored the faint hope that they could be wrong. That evening, however, all hopes were dashed when Longhill addressed the crew. He stood at the top of the gallery in front of the entrance to the pulpit, flanked by his officers. Word has already gotten around, he began, that we have to take our rescue into our own hands. Rakos is the base closest to us. Its position is a good 850 kilometers northwest of here. Dominic knew that the energy of a suit of armor was designed for continuous operation for a good 20 hours. The base was therefore beyond the distance they could cover on foot. Even in view of the milder weather, they should not dare to move through the stony desert of Dostra without a suit of armor. After all, the temperatures were already dropping well below zero at dusk. So they could not go far from the Yunja without endangering their lives. The word mothership would take on an even deeper meaning for the crew over the next few days. We only have the energy of the auxiliary reactor available, Longhill continued. And only for a maximum of 15 hours. Then it has to regenerate. The power is sufficient to supply the repulsor field, but we don't have a drive. It's too badly damaged. We'll have to tow the Yunja. We'll use the tow cables for that. You want us to pull the ship? A member of the tunnel rats, who wasn't exactly one of the slimmest, put his fists on his hips. Over a distance of 800 kilometers? Do you think that's impossible, soldier? The man thought too long before answering and just shrugged his shoulders. It will be exhausting. But it can be done, the captain looked at his team with a penetrating gaze. The first leg won't demand much of us. The glacier on which the ship is standing slopes gradually to the north. The gradient begins about 20 kilometers away. We simply let the Yunja glide down. A sleigh ride of about 80 kilometers. We have tracked vehicles, another soldier objected. Why don't we use them? They're faster than us in the suits. We only do about 4 kilometers an hour. We need the caterpillars for the last stage to Rakos. There, the terrain rises steadily over a distance of 200 kilometers. We can't pull the ship there. Not with the best will in the world. Dominic looked around. The soldiers looked up at their captain with expressionless faces. It must have been clear to all of them by now that she could hardly hope to survive the whole thing. Dominic fumbled for the coin of the Akkato prince, which was now hanging from a chain around his neck under his clothes. There was no way it could end badly, he reasoned. Fate could not be so cynical. His visions had shown him other images. Or were they just figments of his imagination? Dominic didn't want to believe that. We start our tour tomorrow after sunrise, the captain continued. That will be in about 8 hours. Get some rest. I want everyone to be at their posts when we start. With these words, Longhill retired to the cockpit. His officers remained standing for a few moments, watching the crew as they dealt with the new information. But no one seemed to doubt the plan or have the slightest question. The soldiers began to gather in small groups to talk to each other, discuss their situation and exchange opinions. Skorsky also needed to talk and poked Dominic on the shoulder with his fist. Sleigh ride, he coughed amusedly. It's going to be one hell of a ride. I can promise you that. There was no need to tell Dominic about it. Goosebumps had crawled up his spine while Longhill explained his plan. You're on his engineering team. Tell me a bit about it. How should I imagine the sleigh ride? Skorsky glanced over at Davis, around whom the small group of newcomers were gathered, before sharing his thoughts with Dominic. We'll pick up a lot of speed as we slide down the slope, and the only thing we have to steer with are the corrective thrusters on the bow and sides. At least it's something. Skorsky pinched his lips together and tapped his chin before asking Dominic a question. How long is the burn time of one of the control units we need to steer? Dominic raised his shoulders. I was a gunner, not a navigator. The kid has no idea, Skorsky shook his head as Davis approached with the others. The firing bursts are 1/10 of a second at most. But we have to let them burn longer to achieve an effect. There are tolerances, Dominic objected. I'm sure it will take longer. First he has no idea and now he's telling me about efficiency tolerances, Skorsky pulled a pitying face. We'll need too long a burn time for the distance to the plane in any case. These things will blow up in our faces halfway there. And let's hope there aren't any rocks in our way that we have to avoid. An evasive maneuver is out of the question. Davis tried to smile optimistically as he joined Skorsky and Dominic with his small crew. Our boys and girls want to know what our chances are. Skorsky replied with a grin that was just as strained, giving the lie to his recent remarks. Like the captain said. A sleigh ride. Gonna be great fun. That's all I wanted to know, Davis remarked and left with his entourage of young admirers. Keymon looked at Skorsky and shook his head. I used to play field hockey. Our ship is a puck skittering across the ice, sure to crash into the board somewhere. Stephanie Dormer looked grim as usual. Are you in contact with the Snoops? She seemed keen to change the subject. I don't notice anything. Dominic was surprised by the question. Why? Because a scouting party has to go out tomorrow. And they've said they want you to do it. They want us to accompany you. How do you know that? Ray said so. We're supposed to go about 20 kilometers ahead until the glacier slopes, where our slide is supposed to start. Skorsky joined in the conversation between the two. Ray suggested to the captain that we take the vanguard with our superhero. It was clear to Dominic that Davis wanted to keep the group together. Given the situation, that wasn't so stupid. After all, they were not yet properly integrated into the crew and were still facing rejection. It made sense to join forces if the crew continued to shrink. In situations like this, only old friendships and tried and tested comrades counted. In this respect, they had nothing to show to make themselves attractive to the crew of the Yunja. At best, Dominic might be of some use to them. I'll do my best to look after you, Dominic said, pressing his fist against Stephanie's shoulder. She continued to look at him seriously and sternly and did not respond. I've seen that the snoopers can overwhelm you. Just make sure you don't fuck up, Superman. She turned around and rejoined the others, who were still talking to Davis. A classy broad, Skorsky put his hands on his hips. She loves you. No doubt about it. The morning began stormily. Low-hanging clouds drifted like wafts of mist over the ice field in front of the ship. Ice crystals crackled against the barrier field that sealed the large hole in the bow. Dominic checked the functions and electronics of his armor and watched as the crew rolled up carbon cables and titanium chains. They would soon attach them to the towing hooks and start pulling the Yunja across the ice. The wind came at the wrong time and from the wrong direction. As soon as the battered hull came off the ground on its repulsor field, the storm would drive it westwards like a balloon. But that wasn't Dominic's problem. He had to concentrate on sensing sniffers creeping up on him and not making a fool of himself in the process. Longhill was also up early and motivated his team. He spoke to one or two of them and watched as the technicians checked the cables until he finally came to Dominic. How are you feeling? He wanted to know. I'm fine, Dominic replied. As long as the snoopers leave me alone with their emotions. They're always in a bad mood somehow. Davis is in command of your small squad, the captain announced. I expect you all to be on your way in 20 minutes to explore the area. We'll follow you as soon as we can. Take care of yourself, Porter. Don't put yourself in danger. He left and exchanged a few words with Davis. Then he mingled with his soldiers again. Dominic got into his suit, sealed it and studied the displays in his helmet visor. The energy display only showed 70%. That was enough for the required distance, but he would still have preferred the batteries to be fully charged. Keymon locked his armor and was ready for action, indicated by a brief flash of his name on Dominic's helmet display. Are you okay, Marcus? Dominic wanted to know. Yes, replied the former field hockey player. And you? Everything okay? Dominic liked Keymon. With the exception of Davis and Skorsky, he got on best with him. He was uncomplicated, hands-on, always in a good mood and naturally had team spirit. My display is only at 70%, said Dominic. Me too, Keymon said. I think they're saving where they can. More names appeared in Dominic's field of vision and soon the squad was ready to go, except for Skorsky, who the captain wanted to keep on board. Davis's voice buzzed through the helmet speaker. We'll be moving at 6 kilometers per hour. Ableton has set a marker point 21 kilometers from here. We need to secure the position until the Yunja gets there. You've noticed that the weather has changed. So it's not going to be easy. I expect delays, but we should reach the target in a good 8 hours. He finished his speech and the bent bulkhead began to open with a crunch. Snowflakes swirled in after the barrier field disappeared. Dominic pulled his rifle from his back brace and trudged out into the icy hell with his friends. "We should give ourselves a name," suggested Tina Bowers. "What nonsense," Stephanie retorted. "We're not a kindergarten." Keymon disagreed. No. We should really think about it. It's important." "Kindergarten," laughed Steve Park. "I think it would be great. The wild kindergarten." "Just shut up," said Dora Foster, the oldest woman in the group. "How about absolute beginners? There's a good song there too. We'd have an anthem right away." "The name has bad karma," Andrew Gardner objected. "It must be something warlike, aggressive." "You must be an expert on that," laughed Stephanie. Dora Foster was still in the mood for something darker. "How about lost souls? Sounds so otherworldly." "Soul has nothing to do with the afterlife," Dora replied. "It refers to people and animals as a whole. Not an immortal something that flies off to heaven after death. Can't be derived from the Bible." Park spoke up again. "Something with hell would be cool. Hell devils." Jeremy Leach laughed. "The first part is good. The second is stupid. Hell devils. Moron. Or something with freaks. Just because you are one." Dominic didn't feel the need to make a suggestion, even though Freak Circus was on the tip of his tongue. Chapter 15. After almost 10 hours, they had reached the marker point and still hadn't found a name for the troop. The storm had grown stronger and stronger until it subsided considerably towards the end of the stage. The clouds gradually drifted away and cleared the view. The sight that presented itself to the nameless crew sent a shiver down everyone's spine. The Yunja was still a long way off and had clearly deviated from its intended route. In the past few hours, Longhill had only managed to cover 10 kilometers. Davis's voice didn't sound worried. "I guess they won't get to us today." Dominic switched on the helmet camera and zoomed in on the scene. The huge silhouette of the Yunja appeared, and in front of it the crowd of people in their armor struggling to pull the ship across the ice. Dominic counted about 30 men pulling on the cables and chains and was reminded of a scene from one of his children's books. A drawing in which tiny people had tied up a sleeping giant with twine. "It doesn't look good," Keymon said. "The guys are really struggling." Dominic glanced at the sun, which kept appearing between the ragged clouds and was already touching the mountain peaks. It would soon be dark and it was hopeless to consider returning to the ship. The march had proved more arduous than he had feared and his suit's energy had dropped to 20%. A frighteningly small number of green bars still lay in front of the red marker indicating the reserve area. The situation was certainly similar for his comrades and was certainly causing them to break out in a cold sweat, just as it was for him. "We're going to hold position," Davis ordered. "So shut down all systems and divert power to the heater. It's going to be a long night." "Bloody hell. Cursed Park. Bloody shit." "Yes, that's it," Davis replied sharply. "And now pull yourself together. Don't scare the horses." The wind started up again and blew thick snowflakes in front of them. A black cloud moved in and pushed itself between the scouting party and the Yunja. The sun disappeared behind the mountain ridge, and at the same time the storm cloud began to cover everything in shadow. Dominic ordered the computer to shut down all unnecessary systems. When the display went out, it was pitch black. The snowflakes slapped against the armored glass and soon formed a damp, sticky coating that obscured Dominic's view. Time dragged on. By nightfall, the blizzard had snowed Dominic and his companions up to their chests. Keymon tried to lighten the troops' mood by constantly telling jokes, until Stephanie became too much and insistently demanded an end to the torture. Leach then told a few stories from his time in the fleet, and Dominic was also able to come up with some exciting experiences. It took him some effort not to mention the name Zora or Perk, which would certainly have led to discussions that he didn't have the nerve for at the moment. Even now, Davis held back from revealing too much about himself. Instead, he told a few stories and anecdotes from ancient times. He was surprisingly good at telling stories. But little by little, the conversations became more monosyllabic until all the participants had gone off to the realm of dreams. Dominic would never have thought it possible to sleep locked up in cramped armor. But contrary to expectations, he managed very well. As morning dawned, Dominic woke up. He ordered the computer to switch on the displays, which then appeared on the fogged-up glass. His first glance was at the energy display. He swallowed. The green had disappeared and the last half of the red bar was pulsing alarmingly. With his armored fingers, Dominic wiped snow from his visor and scraped away the ice as best he could. The sky was bright, rosy, and clear. The pristine blanket of snow stretched in all directions as far as the eye could see. Dominic saw the Yunja, which stood out as a dark outline against the bright colors of the winter landscape. It was only a few kilometers away. Caterpillar vehicles worked their way through the snow meter by meter, pulling the ship on its hovering field. The helmet speaker crackled and Ableton's voice drove any sleepiness from Dominic's senses. "Slept well? We'll get you on board now, you snowcats." Snowcats. There could not have been a better name for their group. Chapter 16. Back on board, Dominic anchored his armor in its designated place, feeling an almost physical sense of well-being as it sucked energy from the ship's systems. A hungry, electronic vampire, Dominic thought with fascination, while all the displays flared up as if their spirits had returned. He opened the suit and had actually intended to log off to rest in his bunk for a few more minutes. But Captain Longhill obviously had other plans that didn't include giving the crew a little more rest. Skorsky, who was interrupting his work on a shaft in the hold, spoke briefly with Davis. He looked serious and Davis's expression darkened as he spoke to his buddy. Finally, Skorsky moved away and rejoined his unit, which was in the process of modifying the piping system under the ship's floor for the upcoming requirements. "The captain wants to start sledding right away," Davis explained as the other snowcats peeled out of their suits. "So you can stay in your preserves right now. It'll be back out in a few minutes." Tina Bowers let out an annoyed gasp. "How about stretching your legs a bit?" the young woman grumbled. Davis ignored both her words and the groans coming from the others. "We love anything hard," he said, grinning broadly as if he enjoyed torturing his snowcats. Dominic was just getting back into his armor when the bulkhead opened and the crawlers rumbled in. The Yunja was back on its landing legs and not swaying as the heavy machines rolled through the hangar and were secured in their bays. The air flowing in was warm and melted the freshly fallen snow. Here and there, rocks reappeared that had not been visible a few minutes ago. Boulders that the ice was gradually carrying down into the valley. Dominic also thought he could hear the rushing of a river. It couldn't be wind, because everything was quiet by now. He was worried that they might sink into an ice lake at the end of the glacier tongue. The towing crews went out and after the ship had retracted its landing legs, they pulled it several hundred meters across the ice. Until the Yunja reached the slope and began to drift. The chains and cables lost tension. Once again, the landing grabs pushed out of the hull and dug into the ground. The tow lines were jettisoned and brought into the ship. The front bulkhead closed, and the barrier field glowed. The captain then reported in via the communication system. "I had promised you a sleigh ride," he began with a touch of humor. "Now the time has come. Everyone find a safe place. In 10 minutes, the repulsor will come back online and I'll retract the landing grabs. What happens next is in God's hands. Or in the hands of whoever you believe in. So start praying. I hope you all have a good line to the top." The bullshit faith stuff should be in the training program for cases like this. In the end, everyone starts praying and maybe it will do some good. With these words, the captain left his crew alone with their fears. Dominic stared out of the narrow slit in his visor, through the energy field. Minutes passed and hardly anyone said a word. Finally, the Yunja began to rock on the repulsor cushion. It swayed like an ocean-going vessel on a gentle swell and gradually began to drift. Dominic saw some rocks slide past in front of the sharp-edged hole. First they appeared and disappeared slowly in his field of vision. Then they came and went faster and faster until they could only be recognized as dark streaks. The first jet rattled off to correct its course. Keymon commented on this with a curse. He had obviously been startled and thought the ship was about to explode. The Yunja began to creak and groan. It was really only a matter of time before the maltreated hull would burst. Somewhere in the stern of the ship, a roar could be heard, as if a huge metal drum was being beaten. The dull throbbing turned into a rattling and finally into a piercing, singing sound as the speed increased further. A correction engine activated again. 1 or 2 short bursts of fire and the Yunja was back on course. A rock crashed against the hull. A control thruster activated again. It burned longer to compensate for the deviation. Dominic gritted his teeth in anticipation of the detonation Skorsky had predicted. Steinberg began to lose his nerve. "We won't survive this," he shouted. "We're all going to die." "Shut up," Stephanie replied. "Otherwise I'll kill you." Tina Bowers began to whimper. She said something, but it was barely intelligible. It sounded like a prayer in a voice choked with tears. The ship continued to accelerate. Something crashed against the hull again. And again. And again. The blows thundered deafeningly through the ship. The correction jets were now working non-stop. Minutes passed that seemed like hours to Dominic. Bowers and Park had fallen silent in the meantime. The ship flew over a wide crevasse and crashed into the opposite edge. The impact ripped through the hull and tore a crawler from its moorings. An alarm siren blared and a signal light flashed above the cargo bay, where it slid back and forth. Dominic broke out in a sweat that beaded on his forehead. If the heavy machine slipped completely out of its mount, it would crush everything in its path. The helpless soldiers, standing in their armor on the loading area like chess pieces, wouldn't stand a chance. The buffer generators failed, causing the repulsor field to lose its spring effect. Every unevenness in the ground was transmitted unfiltered and could be felt as if the Yunja was sliding on bare metal. Dominic was given a good shake in his suit. The correction jets fired long and short bursts until it was a persistent hum that made the entire hull vibrate. One of the small units exploded. Shortly afterwards, the next one. The detonations threw the Yunja completely off course. The main computer tried to compensate, but this only seemed to make things worse. The ship began to spin like a top. Dominic felt sick. He closed his eyes and tried not to vomit. A woman shrieked. A soldier from the tunnel rats. The scream mingled with the bang of the explosion as another correction nozzle burst into flames. A rock smashed against the bow, denting the bulkhead and tearing it from its mounting. The force of the impact robbed Dominic of his senses. He slid into the darkness and heard Stephanie's scream accompanying his fall into the darkness. Chapter 17. Dominic was apparently the first to wake up from his unconsciousness. He climbed out of his armor and staggered a few steps through the silent cargo hold. The Yunja was still drifting over the glacier tongue, but no longer at the speed that had almost torn it apart. A steady warm wind blew through the empty frame of the front bulkhead. The snow shone in the bright light of the morning sun. The sound of running water reached Dominic's ears. He had heard it just before their hellish ride, but now it was a roar as loud as a waterfall. Here and there a whirring that revealed that other soldiers had awoken from their unconsciousness and were opening their armor. A crunching sound filled the air and battered Dominic's eardrums. A piercing scraping, like metal digging into ice. The Yunja slowed down and stopped with a jerk. The force field went out and the ship sank onto its landing legs, which had dug deep furrows into the glacier. The sleigh ride was finally over. Longhill's voice came out of the helmet loudspeaker. "I have set markers and transmitted them to your navigation computer. They go there immediately and check the area. I don't want any nasty surprises for the towing crews, so wipe the sleep from your eyes and pay attention. Davis is in command." Dominic had actually assumed that Longhill would go easy on him, as he still needed him for Syrah. But apparently these considerations had now taken a back seat. As the snowcats dozed off from their reverie, stepping shakily into the world outside their wooden preserves, Dominic watched as movement came into the hold. The technicians surveyed the damage and endeavored to repair it. One team tackled the caterpillar, which had come loose but had been pressed against the wall by the centrifugal force when the Unia had started to rotate. "You heard the captain," said Davis. "We don't want to waste any time." Davis's squad stepped out of the destroyed bulkhead and walked down the ramp. They stopped ere it reached into the water of a pool that had formed on the ice. Dominic looked around and saw streams of meltwater flowing over the glacier tongue. It was difficult to estimate how deep they were and what the ground was like. Dominic was afraid he might break through the ice. "Wouldn't it be better if we secured each other with the ropes?" said Dominic. "Good idea," Davis confirmed and pulled his carbon rope out of his waist belt, attaching the carabiner to an eyelet on Dominic's belt. The others followed his example and soon they were all hanging together like pearls on a necklace. "Nothing can happen," Davis reassured them. "The ice here is compressed by the masses of ice flowing down the slope. There are no more crevasses here. The ice field is melting fast, so the water can't drain any deeper. It hasn't penetrated deep enough yet, but that could change by the evening. I have no doubt that a river is already flowing in the glacier bed. But we have to be careful when we get to the end of the glacier tongue." Dominic wondered how he could know that so well. But Davis seemed very sure. He walked down to the end of the ramp that reached into the water and climbed in. Davis walked a few steps until the water was up to his knees and stopped for a moment. Then he turned and waved to his troop. "Forward," he ordered and continued on his way. "Don't get tired. We are like the legionnaires of ancient Rome." Dominic was curious to see what kind of teachings he would now let loose. "These glorious heroes of antiquity," Davis explained theatrically, "always dragged their camp with them, dismantled into parts, to rebuild it at the end of the day. They dug trenches and erected pickets. Then they built wooden walls to spend the night under their protection. We will do the same and surpass their deeds." Dominic laughed at the pathos Davis was spreading. He didn't care about the fame, as long as they got through it all in one piece. The path was difficult. Depending on the nature of the ground, the water sometimes reached up to their knees or up to their necks. At least the water didn't rise any further. Davis also had an explanation for this, which of course he did not keep to himself. He even said that the streams would soon become shallower as the glacier widened and the masses of water had to spread over the larger surface area. Little was said as the walk over the slippery ground demanded the snowcat's full concentration. The companions only became more talkative towards the end of the stage. They reached a scree field that had been completely cleared of snow and ice. The air was pleasantly warm and they dared to open their helmets. Dominic enjoyed the fresh air and the warm rays of the evening sun on his face. Under the rocks, he could hear the roar of the water. It must be coming to the surface somewhere further north. Perhaps there was a lake or a river delta. Somehow he found it exciting to watch how Dostra changed with the coming of spring. "Arrived," announced Davis. "Now we have to wait for the snails." They had a good head start on the Yunja, which was again being pulled by the soldiers. In about 5 hours, the snowcats could be back on board if nothing intervened. It was the first night Dominic was able to spend in his bunk again after the crash. He slept soundly, even though the noise of the repair work rumbled through the ship and the technicians were constantly tramping through the corridors. Early in the morning, he climbed into his battle gear, rested and alert. The weather was still fine and the sky was almost cloudless. Davis set a sharp pace and urged Dominic to stay by his side. The roaring under the scree had become even stronger overnight. Here and there it bubbled up from between the stones. After a while, Davis ordered the others to slow down. He and Dominic quickly gained enough distance to have a private conversation. "I'm behind," Davis finally began. "I'd like to make up for that now." Dominic didn't give an answer. He already had a suspicion about the direction his questions would take. So he wasn't surprised when Davis came up with the real motives for his escape from Earth. "It's unusual for a young man to want to leave Earth," said Raymond Davis. "Even if he has lost everything. After all, it's our home." You don't just turn your back on it. You ran away too, Dominic countered, and Davis laughed. That gets right to the heart of the matter. Pavel and I had been through enough shit to take this step. And what was that? My turn, remember? Dominic didn't answer and waited for his questions. I already know that you joined the fleet, Davis continued. What did you experience in the force? I'm not talking about the battles. From what I've heard, the fleet avoids the Keymon and Akkato. So there must have been clashes between humans. They do exist. I don't just mean the usual squabbles among the crew. Or did you kill a comrade? Dominic swallowed. No. What makes you think that? If it wasn't that, what secret is bothering you? He tried to formulate his words well. Which wasn't easy as he jumped back and forth between the rocks. I have found that man is man's greatest enemy. Davis laughed again. Oh. Yes, that's so. I didn't doubt it. Davis stopped for a moment and made sure the other snowcats were out of earshot before hurrying on. What crime have you stumbled across? Human trafficking, Dominic groaned, and for a moment Davis faltered. On a grand scale. The Fleds are no fairy tale. Davis remained silent as he continued to walk over the stones. We messed with them, Dominic continued. And they got back at us. But there are other groups. Groups with strange motives. Crazy people. Religious nutters. Davis still said nothing. Dominic felt unease rising within him. Were Davis and Skorsky somehow part of these groups? He thought it all unlikely. And what was behind their relationship with the Akkatos, which seemed somehow strained? Are you a deserter? Davis wanted to know. Did you lie to me? No, Dominic replied. I left voluntarily, as I told you. Another voluntary decision. Davis seemed suspicious. Are the Fleds on your tail? Is that why you fled? Dominic didn't have a guilty conscience when he denied it. But the Fleds still had something to do with his decision. We had to flee from a local group who were making human sacrifices to a Keymon mummy. They called themselves saviors. But we managed to lose them. But I had to realize that humanity has been infiltrated by the Fleds. I see little hope for Earth. I see, said Davis, jumping over a stone. You think the Earth is lost. I know you see it differently. But I have no wish to return there. Skorsky said he would want to be buried there because it is our home. I don't want my grave among creatures who are willing to sell themselves. They would dig up Skorsky's bones if they could make a profit. Davis stopped and looked at Dominic. He opened his visor and enjoyed the fresh air. Good to see we're on the same page and pulling in the same direction. I'll tell Pavel what you just said. Apparently, Davis had only returned to Earth for Skorsky's sake. That was why he had been so quick to join Dominic and had persuaded Skorsky to accompany him. Nevertheless, his motive remained unclear. What are you guilty of? Dominic said into the silence. You're running away because of a guilty conscience. Davis's expression didn't reveal what he was thinking or whether the remark touched him in any way. But Dominic knew that he had hit the mark. Davis was carrying a guilt around with him and was somehow trying to gain absolution. But he still owed Dominic the answer. The waymark was on the edge of a wide, boulder-filled river valley. It was a good 40 kilometers to the opposite bank. This was surely the destination for the next day. For today, however, the target had been reached. The temperatures allowed the snowcats to get out of their armor and sit on the rocks. The evening was pleasantly windless. They ate their provisions, joked about their past exertions and watched the tunnel rats pull their ship across the gravel field. They made faster progress this time as the weather didn't bother them. Dominic noticed a green, slimy layer on one of the rocks at his feet. That was unusual. From what he had heard, Dostra only had a deadly cold winter and a summer in which the temperatures were like a melting pot. What could possibly grow here? He pressed the sole of his boot into it and felt it give way. The green stuff reminded him of moss, and if he looked closely, he could see little stalks bearing tiny buds. "There's some weather coming," Andrew Gardner pointed over Dominic's head to the east. "Looks gloomy." A tower of cloud grew into the sky above the largely flat plain, with a deep black shadow stretching out beneath it. Lightning flashed through the cloud, and after a few seconds the thunder rolled in. Davis stood up and shoved the last bite of his dinner into his mouth. "Well then," he sighed. "Then back into the wooden cases." "I hope they let others do our work," complained Steve Park. Stephanie was of a different opinion. "Why? I think it's nice out here. They can wait a bit longer to take us on board for all I care." Park's voice sounded contemptuous. "You'll wish they were already here and we could get into the ship." Dominic took his time. He enjoyed the atmosphere before the storm and the play of light and shadow on the mountain of clouds. The glow of the lightning and the rumble of the thunder that echoed across the plain. The wind picked up and began to howl in the crevices. Dominic got into his suit and closed it. Through the visor, he watched the train crew approaching with the Yunja in tow. The world darkened. Lightning illuminated the contours of the landscape, which was shrouded in thick showers of rain. The Yunja disappeared behind the gray curtain of a pattering downpour. Raindrops mixed with hailstones the size of fists fell on the scree. The armor could withstand a lot, but the force of the chunks of ice could be clearly felt. "So how does that feel now?" asked Park. "Is that to your taste?" Stephanie was about to reply when a large block of ice hit her and sent her reeling. A bolt of lightning struck nearby. Its crack went through her bones. Tina Bowers didn't whimper, as Dominic had expected. She hissed like a snake. "I hate this planet. I hate it." All the swearing didn't help. Dostra's winter continued to send his angry goodbyes to the snowcats for a whole hour. Chapter 18. The next night on the Yunja was just as restful as the night before. Apparently Dominic was more exhausted than he wanted to admit. He awoke to the sound of one of the helm jets being dragged down the corridor. The monstrous thing rested on a tug with rattling caterpillar tracks. Skorsky was among the technicians assigned to install the correction jets at the rear so that they could function as thrusters. Dominic would have liked to ask Skorsky a few questions to shed some light on the darkness Davis was guarding so vigorously. He seemed more talkative, and Dominic thought it would be easier to coax the secrets out of Skorsky than Raymond Davis. But now was not the time. He was busy and Dominic had a new assignment waiting for him. There was no sign of the storm that had been raging all night. The sky was literally washed clean and the sun shone down on the snowcats so brightly and warmly that they had all opened their helmets. The descent into the river valley was arduous, and at the bottom they had to wade through knee-deep, turquoise-blue water that foamed and leapt over the rocks. "That's not just water from this storm," Davis began to lecture. "It looks like glacial milk." "Well," Park dared to interject. "We're at the end of a glacier. It's no wonder." "But the water is coming from the east," Davis pointed to a rocky outcrop that rose at a bend in the riverbed and blocked the view to the east of its course. They had been traveling for a good 6 hours and the Yunja had just slid down the bank. The train crew worked their way through the riverbed and so far there had been no problems. The level of the river had dropped a little and the water was still just lapping at their feet. But Dostra still seemed to hold the trump cards to dominate the game. Davis had stopped and peered to the east, where a wall of ice was now visible beyond the bend. It rose steep and shimmering above a wall of broken ice blocks. "Looks quite peaceful," Gardner said uncertainly. "Or does it?" Dominic put on his helmet and zoomed in on the ice wall. He quickly realized that a catastrophe could happen at any second. Indications of this were the numerous waterfalls that burst out of the ice halfway up the wall. Water must have collected behind them, just waiting for the icy dam to break. "A glacial lake," Davis informed them, looking over at Yunja, who was slowly approaching them. "When the ice breaks, there's a tsunami that floods the whole valley. That will be the end of our journey." He started walking north to the next marker point. "Don't waste any time. There's no turning back." Dominic heard Davis establish a connection to Long Hill. The captain finally answered. "What is it, Davis?" The captain inquired. "You need to step it up a notch," Davis gasped. "I expect this valley to flood at any moment." "Are you sure?" "There's an ice dam a good 50 kilometers from here." Davis stumbled to his feet. "A glacial lake just waiting to bury us all under rocks and boulders." You could almost hear the captain grinding his teeth. "I hope you're wrong." "I've been told that before, sir." Davis was not mistaken this time either. Just a few minutes after the conversation, the first parts of the dam broke off. The icebergs burst, releasing a flood of roaring water. But the rest of the walls still held. The snowcats increased their pace. The remaining 20 kilometers could be completed in just over 3 hours. There was no immediate danger for Dominic and his companions. But if the Yunja was lost, it would be impossible to survive the next few days. They were just 10 kilometers from the north bank when the dam collapsed with a dull rumble. The water roared over the huge fragments and poured into the valley. "Put a tooth to Longhill," Davis yelled into his microphone. "The dam's gone." After just over an hour, they had reached the shore and climbed up the long slope. At the top, they looked back. The crawlers were back in action and had pulled the ship to the middle of the riverbed. To the east, Dominic saw a wave of mud and debris rolling towards him. It was hard to tell how fast the mass of rocks and stones was moving. The Yunja bobbed up and down on its repulsor field like a hovering walrus. Through the lens of his visor, Dominic watched intently to see how his comrades were progressing. At least the caterpillars seemed to have no problem with the terrain and made rapid progress. They covered the distance in just under 2 hours. The debris avalanche was only a few kilometers away and the caterpillars struggled up the slope. In vain. The weight of the ship was too great for the 4 vehicles to manage to pull it up the slope. Dominic gritted his teeth. "Come on now. Go on." "They won't make it," remarked Steve Park. "It's too steep." Davis and the others were silent. The tension was palpable in the snowcats, who had been chatting incessantly during the walk across the riverbed and were now silent. Dominic heard the regular breathing of Stephanie, who was standing next to him and watching the scene. The rolling boulders thundered towards them and the first offshoots, the stone tsunami, flowed under the ship. A few large pieces of rock brushed against the hull. "Damn it!" Davis cursed. "Damn it! Damn!" The rumbling mass of stone continued to grow. House-sized rocks rumbled towards us. "Get out of the way up there," Longhill's voice buzzed through the helmet speaker. "We'll take off with the remaining power." Whatever he meant by that, the snow cat started moving. Just in time. A piercing roar filled the air. The Yunja accelerated and climbed the slope. Relieved of their burden, the caterpillars set off, whirling stones and dirt into the air. Dominic and his comrades hurried off in all directions as the ship floated out of the river valley. The roar of the engines mingled with the crash of the rocks hitting the stern of the Yunja. Halfway down the slope, one of the correction engines exploded. The ship came to a halt and more rocks crashed against the hull. One after the other, they left their autographs on the Yunja's skin, squeaking and cracking. Together with Stephanie, Dominic reached a safe position outside the flight path of their mother ship and the large caterpillars that had already rolled out of the riverbed. The tethers tightened again and the vehicles came to a halt. Once again, the caterpillar tracks churned up the ground. More rocks hit the Yunja and pushed them forward. The holding ropes sang and crunched under the tension that was building up. The remaining engine increased its power and slowly the ship pushed itself over the edge of the cliff. It had just reached level ground when the engine failed and burst into flames in a muffled explosion. The caterpillars pulled the ship forward a few more meters before they stopped. The river valley was now nothing but a stream of rolling and crushing boulders. A stony river pushed forward by white, foaming masses of water. Stephanie exhaled with relief. "I knew they could do it." Dominic looked at the plume of smoke rising into the sky at the stern of the Yunja. "Yes, we've been very lucky so far." Chapter 19. They made good progress over the next few days. The weather calmed down and they were able to spend more and more time outdoors without having to use their suits. Only once did they have to seek refuge in their armor, when the snowcats were waiting for the Yunja at a marker point. A heat storm swept in, demanding everything from the wooden body armor. As Ray Desmond said, the wooden armor was optimal in winter. In summer, however, they needed the ceramic armor. By the time Dominic and his comrades dared to step out of their armor, the suits were black as coal. Dominic realized how serious their situation was. They would not survive another heat storm. At least Longhill knew how to reassure them by explaining that this storm was an exception. Summer had merely passed a few days too early. However, such an exception was not allowed to happen again. Since then, fear constantly hovered over their heads. And all the more so as they were crossing a rocky desert ere the Yunja's path was blocked by rocks as high as a house and Longhill's schedule was seriously disrupted. The snowcats became a demolition squad and spent the whole day blowing up the huge stones. By the end of the long passage through this terrain, his ears were ringing. For the first time, he slept badly. His eardrums still seemed to be vibrating from the many detonations they had used all day to crush the rocks into gravel. A constant roaring in his head robbed Dominic of sleep. Tired, they struggled through a swamp of green algae the following day. They appeared to be the larger version of the moss-like covering he had noticed a few days earlier. It covered the ground as far as the eye could see. The air smelled of grass and forest. The terrain now rose considerably and the tunnel rats were no longer able to pull the ship. The tracked vehicles were now in constant use, plowing through the terrain to move the ship further. However, progress was slow as the land continued to rise towards the mountains. The plateau where Rakos was located could be seen in the distance. Dominic estimated the distance to be a good 100 kilometers. They would reach the base in 2 days if nothing intervened. On the last day of the passage, Dominic was woken up by Stephanie. He had slept well and had a pleasant dream, so it took him a few moments to become consciously aware of Stephanie. "You'll have to see," she said and pulled Dominic out of the hammock. They went down into the cargo hold, where the soldiers had gathered at the bulkhead, and squeezed through the rows into the open. It was just dawn and this time the twilight did not reveal the outlines of rocks and stones. Instead, trees with thick trunks and bud-like crowns rose upwards, surrounding the Yunja like the bars of an organic cage. The plants were not very tall, but it was enough to prevent the ship from moving forward. The number of trees alone was enormous and left no doubt that the Yunja was literally pinned down here. "That's it then," Stephanie remarked. "Even if we cut them down with the plasma cannons, they'll be in our way. The caterpillars can't get through and it's impossible for the platoon crews to climb over the trunks all the time." "Yes, you're right," Dominic agreed. "Now we have to continue on foot." After Longhill had some of the trees mowed down or blown up with plasma volleys, he realized that the ship was doomed and ordered the last few kilometers to be covered on foot. It was a strange feeling to leave the Yunja behind, even if it was no longer of any use. The 4 caterpillar vehicles carried part of the troop and fought their way through the undergrowth. The plants, which resembled giant horsetails, were hollow and easy to cut down. The rest of the team trudged after them in the aisles that the caterpillars cut into the vegetation with their cannons. At least Dominic and his snowcats no longer had to serve as a vanguard for the tunnel rats. After a few hours, the snowcats were allowed to ride on one of the caterpillars. The team switched to a system that conserved the energy of the armor. But it was foreseeable that the suits would not get them to the base. Longhill gave the soldiers no rest. They drove and marched all night long, but there was simply no end to the forest. It was already dawn when it suddenly began to thunder. At first it was just a rumble, as if from a thunderstorm that was still far away. But soon the sound of detonations could be heard. Dominic and the snowcats became restless. He couldn't see any flashes of explosion, although the thunderclaps were already so close that he could feel the vibrations of the shock waves. The tunnel rats didn't seem to care. Unimpressed, they continued on their way. Even when one of the buds in the crowns of the horsetails burst with a mighty bang. A cloud of pollen billowed up and descended as a yellow mist over the forest. As the sun rose, the soldiers moved through a world of ochre-colored dust that hung in the air as a yellow mist, allowing daylight to seep through only sparsely. After it had settled, its consistency began to change. Soon it covered the ground as thick mud and the caterpillars had problems moving forward. It was impossible for the drivers to keep on track. The armored tracks clogged up and demanded all the power of the engines. Soon the first vehicle had to be abandoned. Around midday, a warm wind came up and finally drove away the remnants of the fog. "Stay together," Davis warned his men. "Stay behind the vehicle." Whenever one of the snowcats lagged behind, he drove him forward and made sure that he did not move away from the troop again. He grabbed Dominic by the shoulder. "Porter," he said, his voice sounding rushed even as he tried to mask his fear. "Stay behind our people and make sure no one gets left behind." Dominic obeyed and followed the order conscientiously over the next few hours. Even though he was tired and it took a lot of concentration. Park proved to be a problem. He was tired and staggered awkwardly through the mud. Again and again Dominic had to push him forward and talk him through it. It was a personal success for Dominic when the caterpillars stopped, behind which they had been stumbling for hours, and the whole group was able to get in. The crew hoisted the snowcats and their armor into the loading stations, where they were left hanging like insects in a display case. Dominic had become so accustomed to his wooden prison by now that he was able to switch off and relax without further ado. More soldiers came in. They squatted on the floor and waited for their turn to energize their suits. Meanwhile, Dominic watched the displays in his helmet. Especially how the green area of the charging bar was building up. It was clear to every soldier by now that their survival depended on drawing enough energy for their armor from the caterpillar generators. After 2 hours, Dominic and his comrades got out again and climbed onto the vehicle until the order came to make way for the next soldiers. Then they had to run after the vehicles again. It was approaching evening when the first tunnel rats had to leave their armor behind. The men and women in their light uniforms climbed into the tracked vehicles, where they could find shelter if the temperatures dropped below zero again during the night. Or if a heat storm swept across the country. The latter sent a shiver of fear down Dominic's spine. The armor of his armor would not survive another one of these storms. He watched in horror as the charge on his battery depleted more and more the longer they marched. It was night when Longhill ordered them to stop and the red bar had been reached. The caterpillars had hardly any energy left either. They would not be usable for much longer. "It doesn't look good," said Stephanie, who had decided to spend the night next to Dominic. "It's another 70 kilometers to the lower access points of Rakos." Dominic took one last look at the markings indicating the entrances to the station before opening the visor and switching off the suit. "We'll manage." Stephanie followed his example. "What did you say?" "That will make it." Her eyes wandered over to the caterpillars. "They're big, but each one only has room for 30 men when they're crowded together. I think we'll be in Rakos before everything burns here." "The tunnel rats have said that summer will come earlier this time," Stephanie objected. "I think that's likely." "How would you know?" "Because I've never been lucky." This trait in Stephanie was new to Dominic. He hadn't thought she was fatalistic or someone who quickly lost heart. At least he had an argument to counter it. "I'm lucky for 2. Early in the morning they continued the march, but after a short time a second caterpillar broke down. Longhill ordered those who were already on the road without their armor to stay in the vehicle. He stood on one of the caterpillars and turned to his soldiers. "I'm sure we'll find another device in Rakos," he said, "to get you out of here." "How do you know that?" A man replied. "What if the Akkato have cleared the base?" "Unlikely," Longhill replied. The attack came as too much of a surprise. They certainly didn't have the opportunity. Another spoke up. "What if the place is crawling with Keymon?" "Porter!" shouted the captain, and Dominic raised his hand. "Do you feel anything?" In fact, all the tunnel rats were looking at Dominic. He couldn't tell what he was reading in their faces. It wasn't rejection or mistrust. Perhaps anticipation. He had been able to prove that he wasn't a weirdo and had saved all their lives. Good news would be helpful now. No, said Dominic. I don't notice anything, however. They were still too far away to say for sure that there was no Keymon on Rakos. I haven't had any contact the whole time. Longhill did not allow anyone to ask any more questions. Who among you thought we'd make it this far? When I look back at the distance we've covered, I realize that no one can stop this troop. No one answered. There are only a few kilometers separating us from the base. And we are simply the best. Dostra had better not mess with us. Of course, these were not arguments. They were no more valid than Stephanie's pessimism or the answer Dominic had given her. We've held out so far, Longhill continued. I expect you to hold out just a little longer. We'll get through this. You've proven it. That was the end of his speech. He returned to the vehicle in which he had placed himself at the head of his troop. The useless caterpillar was left behind after the soldiers got in, their armor standing around in the middle of the forest like empty insect shells. The snowcats followed the last vehicles, but more and more armor failed their carriers. Finally, the caterpillars were fully occupied. There were now also soldiers sitting on the track covers and roofs, stripped of their protective suits. There was no more room for the others who were still running behind the caterpillars in their armor. Stop, Davis ordered, but Skorsky disobeyed and kept running. That goes for you too. Stop right there. Do you want to lose touch? Skorsky objected. Stop right there. Davis pointed upwards. You don't want to see what's coming next up close. Dominic looked up at the sky. The flicker of heat was barely visible. It was a faint flicker that made the contours of the clouds tremble. Davis had very good eyesight or excellent instincts. Close the sights, Dominic shouted into his microphone and immediately heard the hissing and clicking of the shutters. Almost at the same moment, screams reached his ears. He saw some of the soldiers jumping off the caterpillars. Their hair burned, curled and fell as ashes from their heads. Smoke rose from their uniforms. The soldiers ran around in panic, hands pressed to their faces, before falling to the ground, writhing in pain. In the next moment, the twitching bodies were engulfed in flames. Shit! 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 Cursed Tina Bowers, while everyone else was speechless with horror. What's happening? The heat storm also began to eat away at the trees. The branches caught fire, curled up and rained down as ash flakes. The trunks began to smolder. Smoke and flames curled upwards. Sparks swirled away in the smoke. The gigantic horsetails withered from one second to the next. The fire gnawed its way through the porous wood and the stalks buckled. The screams of the dying soldiers fell silent as the forest was engulfed in embers and fire. Cooling to full power, Davis shouted unnecessarily, revealing his fear. Dominic heard the wood of the armor crack and creak. Dominic's armor continued to discolor and the last gray patches disappeared. He thought he could feel the heat seeping through the cracks in the brittle armor. They would be roasted alive, he thought. For a moment, he thought about opening the armor and choosing a quicker death than being slowly roasted in his armor. It's wearing off, Skorsky informed the snowcats. His suit was still largely intact and seemed to be providing him with reliable environmental data. Temperatures dropping. Wind came up, whirling the ashes of the burnt forest into the air and bathing the scene in a gray mist. Chapter 20. This day had inflicted greater losses on the tunnel rats than the battles of the previous months. The mood was correspondingly depressed. The fact that it was Dostra and not the Keymon certainly made it worse for the fighters. Burning defenseless in a firestorm was something completely different from falling in battle. Apart from the code of honor, which Dominic thought was nonsense, like most codes, there was something quite beneficial or merciful about death in battle. Of course, there were exceptions, as there were everywhere. But the adrenaline that coursed through one's veins during an encounter with the enemy desensitized one to pain. Soldiers often didn't realize how badly they had been wounded until much later after the battle. The people on the caterpillars must have suffered agony until death occurred. Dominic and the snowcats walked behind the tracked vehicles for a while longer until the energy in their suits was used up. It was no longer worth recharging the burnt armor. The wooden armor had turned to brittle coal. It would no longer be able to withstand a hailstorm and would shatter like glass. Dominic got out of his suit and took the provisions from his backpack to pack them in a rucksack. The fog was gone, but there was still an acrid smell of burning in the air. More soldiers had to abandon their armor. Soon the tunnel rats were a coughing, wheezing bunch stumbling through a scorched world. As evening fell, they reached a stony desert with large boulders lying around, making it impossible for the caterpillars to move forward. From now on, they had to continue on foot. At least they were now so close to the mountains that they could see the buildings of the base with the naked eye. Dominic examined the plateau for signs of activity through a small pair of binoculars that were part of the emergency equipment. But it was in vain. As was to be feared, the Akkato Rakos had given up. Temporarily, Dominic hoped. Because if they didn't return, survival was almost impossible. Longhill ordered them to march through the night. It was going to be a forced march, but neither he nor anyone else wanted to stay out in the open for even a minute longer than necessary. The bunker complex was within reach and promised protection and safety. There was rubble and gravel between the house-high rocks. It was loose and you constantly had to be careful not to trip. Meltwater from the mountains must have washed the large stones free. Dominic hoped that there wasn't another glacier somewhere that needed to get rid of its water load. A flash flood that broke its way between the mighty rocks would crush and drown them all. Stephanie's gossip about their lack of luck came back to him. "If we run into Akkatos in there," whispered Davis, who had been walking beside Dominic for a while, "I'd better get out of their way." Dominic wondered. Why is that? Is there time for another answer now? "I got to know the Akkato," Davis replied. "The better of their species. They're not much different from the ones stationed here on Dostra." "What about them?" "Dostra is a penal colony," Davis explained. "Like most mining worlds. The Akkato we've worked with are murderers, rapists, thieves." It was the first time Dominic had heard that. "If they had to save us." "They would never do that," Davis spoke so quietly that only Dominic and Skorsky could hear him. "If they go to the trouble of searching our corridors, it's only to find their people. And I wouldn't want to bet they'd take them with them if it meant work." "They're more likely to kill them?" Dominic asked. "That's what you're saying, isn't it?" "I want to say we have to stay together and sometimes it's better to shoot first and ask questions later." "Have you never actually had to deal with good Akkatos?" Dominic wondered. "I'll tell our people what to do," Davis evaded and turned away. Skorsky seemed to have expected Dominic to want to ask him some questions. "Go ahead, kid," he said sternly. "I'm not saying anything. You'll figure it out. You're smart enough." Dominic had the feeling that he had to watch out for both the horses' heads and the two men. And Skorsky seemed to notice that too. "Don't worry," he reassured her. "We're harmless now. People who repent will avoid anything that could bring them deeper into hellfire." They marched all night and the next afternoon they climbed up the steep mountain flanks of Rakos between the rocks. Rockfalls thundered down into the valley again and again. Several soldiers were injured, 2 even killed. The bodies were laid out on the slope and covered as best they could with stones. As with all the other dead that they had to leave behind on the last leg of their march. Leaving them lying around was not in keeping with the tunnel rat's code. Dominic thought of the soldiers waiting to be rescued in the remaining caterpillar. From up here, he could see the dark strip of gray ash that covered the land from east to west. Longhill placed the dog tags in the ammunition box with the other pieces of tin inside. The heavy box with the 82 tags was carried once by each soldier over the course of time. Naturally, the thought crossed one's mind that one's own identification tag might also be in there. While Skorsky, who was carrying the crate, rambled on about fate, destiny and fate, Dominic knew that survival was just a matter of chance. Luck, nothing more. That was the whole secret. Can't you feel God's hand? Skorsky proselytized. He's kept you alive so far. Dominic would have preferred to avoid the conversation. Oh yeah. Skorsky shook the box. Look, he said. You're not in it. I'm not in it. God's hand is guiding us. And why didn't he do that to the poor devils whose badges you're wearing right now? He pointed down into the valley, to the burnt remains of the grass forest. Or the unlucky birds burned on the caterpillars? Were they not worthy to be in God's hands? Skorsky was obviously looking for a logical answer. Dominic raised his hand defensively. Don't say anything, Skorsky. It's all coincidence. Not the hand of God. Not karma. Not fate. He remembered a Bible text that his father had once read to him. Everything is in the hands of time and luck. Ecclesiastes chapter 9, verse 11, Skorsky added resignedly and stopped lecturing on the will of God. Poor bastards, that was the conclusion of his theological digression. Protected by a rocky overhang, a concrete path led the last few meters to the entrance to the bunker system. This was closed by a large, steel bulkhead. It looked battered, which was hardly surprising given the extreme weather conditions on Dostra. As the entrance actually only functioned as an exit, it made it difficult for Longhill to open the gate from the outside. There was no lever or crank anywhere that could be used to unlock the bulkhead. Set the charges, the captain ordered, and the specialists pushed their way through the rows of soldiers on the narrow path to get to work. Cleese clapped his hands and then pointed over people's heads. Everyone else back off. Keep your distance and take cover. Go, go. At the end of the path, they went down the steps they had climbed up earlier and waited for the demolition team to place their bombs. After endless minutes, there was the first bang, which rolled in together with a shock wave. Davis made a remark shortly after the echo of the detonation had faded. It's getting hotter again. Dominic's forehead was already covered in sweat. Another heat storm was on the horizon. However, it built up slowly and only gradually pushed the temperatures up. Why isn't it going any further? A man, who had probably also noticed the rise in temperature, pressed out. Colby's a moron. Why doesn't he just use the magnesium burner? A gust of hot wind swept in, blowing a cloud of dust in front of them. It felt as if someone had opened the hatch of a blast furnace. Damn it, hurry up! Shouted a woman on the steps below. Stay together. Davis hissed at the snowcats as Park rose to run up the steps. Don't panic now. We'll get out of this in one piece. If we stay cool, he looked each member of his troop firmly in the eye. Stay cool. Get rid of the fear. Steve Park, however, had the same fear written all over his face that each of them felt, even though Davis demanded he forget it. Reluctantly, Park crouched back down on the steps and stared into space. Dominic found it difficult to breathe. The air burned like fire in his lungs. Sweat poured into his eyes and his lips went dry. Finally, there was another bang, which turned into a persistent hiss. A white cloud blew in, reeking of burnt metal. A shower of bright sparks swirled like a waterfall over the cliffs. The burning metal of the door let out a hiss that turned into a deafening roar. Finally, there was another crash. Scraps of glowing metal flew around, hissing, and fell into the depths. Longhill's voice sounded down to his soldiers from the top of the stairs. Let's go now. Go. Go. No time to lose. The troops began to move as the ember smoke grew in intensity. The men and women under Longhill's command crowded along the concrete path. The first ones slipped through the torn bulkhead with its glowing edges. Shouts could be heard from the end of the column. Dominic knew what had just happened and didn't have to turn around. Davis and Skorsky got into a brief scuffle with some tunnel rats who were now trying to push their way forward. One woman lost her balance, toppled over the burnt-out railing and tumbled down the rock face. Dominic counted about 30-40 soldiers disappearing inside the bunker. Sweat was now pouring down his face and back. The screams were becoming unbearable, torturing his ears and mind. There were only 10 tunnel rats left before the snowcats, who held Davis and Skorsky together like dogs to a flock of sheep. When we get inside, Davis yelled, go downstairs. Always downstairs. The heat will pour through the entrance like a chimney, he coughed. Get downstairs. Just as the scorching wind swept across the rock face with the force of a blowtorch, Dominic and his comrades slipped through the gap. Blinded by the daylight, they could barely make out anything in the darkness of the corridor. Dominic sensed the side passage more than he could see it. It led downwards. Dominic stopped, turned and grabbed Stephen Park, pushing him into the corridor. Get in there, he shouted, and was the next one to throw Tina Bowers into the corridor. One by one, they fled into the tunnel. Davis and Skorsky were the last to follow, pushing Dominic in front of them. Go on, Skorsky scolded, poking Dominic in the back. Don't stop. The corridor branched off to the left and led even deeper into the mountain. In the light of the lamps inserted into the chest area of their uniforms, the snowcats reached a large room in which all kinds of equipment stood around. This was the end of their journey. What happens now? Asked Andrew Gardner. We'll wait and see, Davis replied, staring at the entrance through which they had just entered the hall, as if expecting a predator to come in at any moment. Dominic only heard a distant hissing and howling that indicated how wildly the heat storm was sweeping through the artificial tunnels. But after a few moments it was all over. The storm subsided and it became quiet. It stopped, Stephanie said with relief. Davis shook his head. No. The storm's just not quite as violent. And what do we do now? Asked Dominic. Find a way up. Davis looked around and pointed to a large, closed bulkhead at the end of the hall. Only if we open that thing, a new flow channel will open and we'll turn to ash. Skorsky sounded confident. I think we can open it manually and close it again immediately. I'll take a look at it. After a thorough investigation, Skorsky came to the conclusion that he could open the gate. There was a lever in the wall with which he could move it hydraulically. I just don't know how the transmission is set up, he confessed. It may well take me an hour to raise it a meter. And just as long to close it again. The hot air flow reaches us in a few seconds if it's only open a crack, Park speculated. I wish I could change the laws of nature, joked Skorsky. But we don't have a choice. The air will change soon anyway and then we'll be sitting here in an oven. We'd be screwed either way. Davis opened the flap in the wall, revealing the hydraulic lever. Then let's not waste any time. Skorsky turned a few valves, flipped a lever or two and rubbed his hands together. Well then, I'll try my luck. Skorsky pulled the lever down and the heavy bulkhead lifted a few centimeters. At the same moment, Dominic noticed how the air began to move. A gentle draft brushed across his face. Stephanie noticed it too and looked at Dominic. Skorsky moved the lever again and the gap opened further. Park was able to stick an arm in, but nothing more was possible. Dominic felt the airflow getting stronger and warmer. Davis grabbed the lever. This has to go faster, he gasped and helped his friend operate the hydraulics. The door slid further up and Hager Park could almost crawl through. Just a bit more, Davis clenched through his teeth. Just a little bit. That's no problem for someone as hungry as you, remarked Tina Bowers, who was the fattest of them all. It's your own fault, Park replied and crawled under the bulkhead. Gardner tried next. The wind was gaining strength and the heat was once again causing Dominic to break out in a sweat. Davis and Skorsky struggled and managed to pump the bulkhead up far enough for Gardner to slip through the gap. Dora Foster and David Steinberg crawled through. Then Stephanie, Jeremy Leach and Marcus Kellman. What are you waiting for? Davis snarled at Dominic. Hurry up. The airflow was now so intense that it almost blew Dominic through the gap like a leaf in a storm. The heat scorched his hair, the ends of which curled up. The bulkhead was still rising and Tina Bowers squeezed her way under the heavy door. Dominic opened the flap in the door frame, revealing the counterpart of the hydraulic lever. He pulled his knife from his belt and applied it to one of the hoses leading to the pump valve. The second stretched into hours until Davis and Skorsky finally crawled out from under the bulkhead. Not a second too late. The stream of hot air flowed around Dominic's boots and melted the rubber soles. Meanwhile, the snowcats retreated further into the tunnel while Dominic drove the blade of his knife into the hydraulic hose. Stinking oil sprayed into his face and the bulkhead crashed thunderously to the ground. Chapter 21. The ascent into the hangar took an eternity. The path led over steps, ramps, corridors and tunnels until Dominic and his comrades finally reached their destination. There they met the tunnel rats, of whom only about 30 had survived alongside Longhill, Ableton, Doc Warden and Cleese. They were sitting on some crates, eating the remains of their provisions, when the snowcats joined them. Longhill stood up and took a few steps towards Davis. "You have your squad all accounted for?" Davis nodded. "Yes." "No casualties." "No casualties," a man sitting on one of the crates repeated cynically. "Don't make me laugh." Longhill paid no attention to the soldier. "We'll settle in here," the captain explained. "We don't need to starve in the next few months. There are plenty of supplies. And if we can get the generator up and running, we'll have power. But I'm afraid that will be difficult. We'll need an external power source to start it." "What about the ships there?" Davis pointed to the two large vehicles resting in the hangar bays. "Let's run a cable to the generator and try our luck." "The gliders and ships are sabotaged," explained Longhill. "The energy comes from the accumulators and is just enough for the most essential systems. Sanitation, water treatment, heating, cooling. Not enough to start the station's main generator." "Why would someone sabotage the ships?" Davis wondered. "The Keymon can't use the machines. Desmond probably wanted to play it safe. After all, the Keymon could have overloaded the main generator to blow up the mountain. At the moment, there's not much we can do but wait for an Akkato recovery team." Longhill looked annoyed and resigned at the same time. He was probably thinking of his soldiers who had been left behind in the caterpillars and who were now hoping in vain to be rescued. In any case, Dominic had no idea how they could do it without a glider. "If we want to survive here, our people should always stay together," said Davis, to which Longhill gave him a skeptical look. "We're vulnerable if we're discovered as individuals. I'm not talking about the Keymon, who could be dangerous to us. The Akkato are not trustworthy," the captain finished and grinned at Davis. "I knew you and your buddy weren't completely sincere," he said it so quietly that his fighters couldn't hear him. "So you know the horseheads?" "Yes. I know her." Longhill turned to Porter. "How are you doing? No enemies in your head?" "No," replied Dominic. "Everything's quiet." "At least something." The captain turned to the whole squad. "Our most urgent task will be to get provisions and water. We'll set up in the Hydra." The Hydra was obviously one of the larger ships that had been left here. Large enough to offer them accommodation. What exactly did this Desmond do with the ships? Skorsky wanted to know. "The reactor's cooling system has shut down," said the captain. "The reactor has shut down automatically. We just need to restart the cooling system," Skorsky suggested. "When it's running, the reactor will start up. Then we'll have enough energy to start up the station's generator. We just need to lay a cable." "Can I take a look at the ship?" "Don't force yourself." Skorsky didn't need to be told twice and moved away in the direction of Hydra. "We found a few more functional suits," continued Longhill, looking at Dominic and the snowcats with interest. "We call the ceramic suits Fire Devils. I think I'll give you some work." The ceramic suits were in the workshops under the quarters and still had enough energy to complete extensive patrols in the station. They actually gave the impression of devils or demons in ancient depictions. Rows of arm-length spikes protruded from their backs and shoulders. Two forward-facing horns grew out of the helmets. Thorns on the elbows to stab enemies approaching from behind. Blades on the wrists, designed to impale an opponent who had the courage to attack head-on. The heavy rifles were the same as the ones Dominic and his comrades had already used. The first task Longhill had in mind for the snowcats was to collect the dog tags of the soldiers who had lost their lives on the way here. And when they're out, he added, make contact with our people in the caterpillars. They need to know that we haven't forgotten them and will rescue them. Dominic wondered how they were going to manage to rescue the soldiers. At the moment, they were stuck here. And if Skorsky didn't get the Hydra up and running, they could only wait until they ran out of provisions and energy. First, however, they faced the challenge of adapting the armor to its new owners. Without Ray Desmond's help, it was an almost pointless endeavor. Dominic's armor was pinching in various places, and he knew that by the end of the day he would have abrasions and bruises all over his body. At least it felt good to be back in skin that could withstand the harsh climate of Dostra and the teeth of the Keymon. Porter and his comrades were trudging through the hall when Skorsky returned to the tunnel rats. He looked confident. If we can find some batteries, even if it's just the ones from the suits, he explained, I could restart the cooling system. Admittedly, I'll have to channel the energy from the other systems into the cooling system, and there's a risk that we'll be left with nothing if it fails. But if it works, Longhill agreed. The life support systems wouldn't have lasted long anyway. So get to work. If your people could go in search of energy sources, that would be very helpful. Davis urged the small squad to complete their task as quickly as possible. Dominic was therefore unaware of the captain's decision. He had actually wanted to avoid splitting the soldiers into smaller groups. But at the moment he probably had no choice but to do just that. After a while, they reached a bulkhead that the tunnel rats had closed to protect themselves from the firestorm immediately after they had entered the base. They easily unlocked the two door panels and slid them apart. They slid into the walls and Dominic's gaze fell on a gruesome scene. The dim evening light that fell through the blasted door into the corridor lay dully on the twisted and charred bodies of some 30 or 40 soldiers. Oh God, Tina Bowers gasped. That could have been us. But it didn't. Hissed Stephanie, giving Bowers a shove that sent her tumbling into the corridor, trampling a corpse to ashes. Now pull yourself together. Visibility was blurred by the flying ash flakes, which immediately formed a gray cloud of mist. Great, Keymon complained. Next time, argue somewhere else. Davis was already holding a chain with a silver tin pendant in his armored fingers. Who's got the box? Dora Foster opened the container and approached Davis. I, sir. Davis put the chain inside. Make it quick. I don't want to spend too much time here. Steve Park threw up a few times in his suit while he pulverized the identification marks from the corpse's burnt flesh. Dominic also fought the urge to retch a few times. They had to work their way through a wall of charred bodies blocking the exit. Some crumbled when they touched them. Metal objects fell out of the black ash, which made the disgusting work a little easier. As Dominic stepped outside, Gardner and Keymon began to pick through the dust, unearthing knives, belt buckles and guns, as well as a few metal tags. Porter moved among more bodies lying like dark rocks on the concrete path. They were as small as children's corpses, which made the whole thing all the more grotesque. White teeth grinned in black skulls and empty eye sockets stared back at him. Dominic turned away and tried to find some peace in the view across the vast land. But what he saw sent another shiver down his spine. What he remembered as a vast stony desert was now a churning sea. Swirling masses of water as far as the eye could see. Icebergs drifted along. Some of them began to roll and overturn when they touched the bottom. They broke into pieces, which then bobbed up and down on the water. Enjoy the view, boy, Davis said, as if he were on a mountain hike. The sea will dry up and evaporate in the next few days. Longhill's people are dead, Dominic said indignantly. Does that leave you completely cold? No, it doesn't. His voice was calm and sober. But I knew we wouldn't see her again when we left her behind. And I think Longhill knew that too. This is inhumane. The galaxy knows no humans, Davis countered. And no humanity either, whatever you mean by that. There are only equations. Life comes into being, life fades away. Expect nothing and you'll be happy. Equations? Dominic literally spat the word at his feet. Do you find comfort in that? Is that another term for repentance? Davis looked surprised, as if Dominic had revealed a new perspective to him. Equation, he murmured. A very appropriate word for atonement, indeed. Longhill accepted the news of the loss of his people with apparent equanimity. Davis and he were alike in many ways, which made Dominic realize that the two men's lives had similar trajectories. Including the loss of their troops, for whom they were or had been responsible. However, there was one difference between the two. The captain accepted the deaths of his men and didn't seem to despair or seek any kind of forgiveness. Longhill didn't strike Dominic as someone whose sobriety desensitized him. He was like Perk or Rosslyn, who had also been responsible for people's deaths but were not plagued by guilt. Apparently you needed that quality if you held a rank in an army. Dominic wondered what the crucial difference was between these people and Raymond Davis. The difference that allowed the former to remain sober and matter-of-fact, while Davis was conflicted and troubled by conscience. Dominic and the other snowcats cleaned up the recovered tokens while the captain, his officers and Davis discussed the situation. All the while, the tunnel rats were moving batteries and accumulators into the Hydra, or reporting back to Longhill on what they had found useful. Supplies, water, weapons and ammunition. After the last tag was cleaned and placed in the crate, the soldiers boarded the ship. There was accommodation for everyone, with a cot and unused bedding. A real luxury after the hardships of the last few days and the overnight stays in the armor. However, the technicians were also working here all night long, making a deafening noise. Dominic struggled to fall asleep. Restless dreams robbed Dominic of his sleep. He woke up and needed a few moments to return to reality. The last thing he saw was a dark tunnel. Strong clawed hands squeezed into the gap between two steel door leaves and pushed them apart. Dominic felt the Keymon's presence in his head. The presence was so clear that it virtually compressed Dominic's thoughts into one corner of his skull. Dominic staggered dazedly out of his bunk and staggered awkwardly through the ship. He found Skorsky and Davis sitting in their quarters, talking by the light of a small lamp. The makeshift curtain that hung in front of the entrance because the door was broken had been pushed aside, but they hadn't noticed Dominic yet. For a few seconds, he toyed with the idea of eavesdropping on them to find out more secrets. If the Keymon's presence wasn't so tangible, he would certainly have done so, but now he stepped into the doorway and earned the puzzled looks of the two men. They need to shut down the ship's systems, Dominic said. So we can play dead. Or power them up and get us ready to fight. The Keymon are coming. Davis got up from his cot. Are you sure? Not that you just had a bad dream, added Skorsky. Then I'm still dreaming, Dominic replied, and he actually managed to capture some images in his head in a controlled manner. They're up in the main hangar, he could make out even more. I can also see some Akkato. There's fighting going on. Skorsky jumped up, left the quarters and activated one of the alarm switches. A few shrill beeps rang through the ship. Seconds later, the soldiers crowded the corridor to their quarters. Longhill wanted to know who had triggered the alarm. Skorsky raised his hand. That was me, sir, he informed the captain. To be more precise, it was Porter. I only activated the siren. Longhill fixed Dominic. Are you sure? Yes, he replied. Keymon. Akkato are here too. There's a fight going on up in the main hangar. How far along are they with the ship? The captain demanded to know from Skorsky. It depends on what you want, he replied. Shutting down and trying not to attract attention is the easiest thing. Powering up the systems and getting ready for battle is something completely different. Don't you think I know that? Longhill lost his temper for a moment. The soldiers waited for an order, but the captain looked at Porter and seemed indecisive. What's your impression, Porter? Are the Akkato making progress? Dominic was overwhelmed by this question. The brief impression the Keymon's eyes gave him was not enough to draw such a conclusion. It's hard to say. They fight. That's all. The soldiers were still waiting for an order. But Longhill thought about it. Playing dead and waiting to see who gained the upper hand was the easiest thing to do, Dominic thought. But if even a few snoopers found their hiding place, they would be helpless and could only defend themselves with light weapons. Until when can you get the Hydra ready for battle? Asked Captain Skorsky. Skorsky and his team exchanged a few sentences peppered with technical terms and full of speculation about the resilience of individual energy systems. It takes a good hour for the reactor to run, Skorsky finally explained. Then the pipes have to do a test run. We'll do without it, Longhill interrupted. Start up the reactor and power up the defense structure. The team goes to work immediately. The rest of you, get into your battle suits. The snowcats and a good 30 tunnel rats stood in a defensive line in front of the Hydra's hangar bay. By now, every one of the soldiers could sense the proximity of the Keymon. There was only one entrance at the end of the hangar through which the monsters could enter. It was from there that they received most of their impulses. Finally, the first sniffers entered the hangar. Dominic estimated the crowd at a good 40 to 50 creatures, but their numbers were growing fast. A gray wall of claws and teeth rushed towards them. You don't fire until I fire. Ableton took a step out of the line of fire. We'll take down the first sniffers with stray volleys. That'll slow them down a bit. That's the moment the Hydra will intervene. At that moment, the ship retracted its landing feet and pushed out of the hangar bay. The bow slowly turned in the direction of the enemy and the gunners began to aim the guns. Dominic wondered what would happen when the Hydra unleashed its destructive potential inside the hangar. He was just about to visualize the whole thing when Ableton opened fire. The soldiers then fired their plasma projectiles into the ranks of the approaching Keymon. Several of the monsters fell to the ground. Their fellows stumbled over them, stumbled and were overrun. The onslaught came to a brief halt. Now the Hydra's cannons thundered out and hammered away at the monsters. Explosions, dust and smoke filled Dominic's field of vision. He switched to fog vision and the calculated image overlaid the reality in his helmet visor. A series of detonations behind him struck Dominic in the back. Some of the soldiers were whirled across the ground like leaves in a storm. The Keymon were upon them faster than Dominic or the others could take fire. Further detonations tore holes in the Hydra's skin. For a moment, the barrage subsided and the Keymon advanced unhindered. Dominic also saw some tall figures striding through the fog between the sniffers. The silhouettes were familiar to him. He had encountered this type of Keymon on the Chester habitat. They were also holding heavy weapons in their hands and shooting at the ship. These were the leaders of the snoopers. Their officers, or whatever you wanted to call them. That one. Dominic shouted, pointing at the giants towering above the army of sniffers. We have to take them down. To emphasize his words, he took aim at one of them and fired. He hit the Keymon and the shot tore the creature's head from its shoulders. Meanwhile, one of the sniffers had managed to get close with a few mighty leaps. Dominic was unable to aim the rifle at him. He instinctively lowered his head and impaled the monster with the horns of his helmet. The force of the attacker, however, knocked Dominic over. He struggled to work his way out from under the lifeless body. He saw Stephanie fighting off a sniffer with her bayonet. She stabbed at the monster, but missed too often to stop it from attacking. Dominic could see her strength waning. With each futile stab, she became weaker and weaker. Without thinking twice, Dominic took aim at the skelk and fired. The energy of the plasma projectile tore a large hole in the side of the monster, which slumped lifelessly. Stephanie shook off the dead Keymon, but more were already there, attacking. One jumped onto Dominic's back. He could hear the creature whimpering like a dog as it came into contact with the thorns sticking out of the armor's hump. As he fell, Dominic recognized how the Keymon climbed up the Hydra and climbed inside through the bullet holes. The weight of the monsters on him made it impossible for him to get back on his feet at first. "We're with you," he heard Davis gasp. Hang in there. Stephanie shrieked and commented on each of her shots with a curse. Steve Park also seemed to be in distress and screamed for help. Dominic stood up and saw the ship extend its landing legs. The guns fell silent. The Hydra whirled around until the stern loomed over Dominic and his comrades. The ship dropped to its landing feet. At the same time, the explosive anchors triggered and pinned the vehicle to the ground. The 4 propulsion units ignited and spewed their fire over friend and foe. Dominic felt the immense heat pouring over him as if he had fallen into a lava flow. The world was engulfed in fire and dazzling light. Chapter 22. Dominic no longer knew whether it had all been just a dream. His journey on the Zora. The battles with the Fleds. The return to Earth. The horror adventure with the worshippers. And finally, the new escape to the stars after the loss of his family. He let all the events play out in his mind's eye as the smoke cleared before his eyes. The Hydra's engines had fallen silent. The Keymon attack seemed to have been repelled. Dominic straightened up and saw figures moving through the fog. Giant shadows moving directly towards him. Were they Keymon in their battle suits, about to finish him and his comrades off? But the clearer his senses became, the more doubts came to him. The shapes of the armor looked familiar to him, and they were not those used by Keymon. It was a group of a good 100 Akkato walking across the battlefield. They moved through a sea of burnt Keymon bodies that lay smoldering on the hangar floor. The Akkato kicked the corpses of the monsters in their armor with their boots and fired shots wherever there was any movement. Dominic opened his suit and tumbled out. The smoke brought tears to his eyes. He tried to blink them away, recognizing the smoking hull of the Hydra rising up behind him. His friends lay scattered on the ground among the monsters, not moving. Some of them were probably dead. Cooked in their ceramic shells, like lobsters in a pot. One of the Akkato stomped up and stood over him, pressing the muzzle of his rifle against his chest. "Close your eyes," he growled in a throaty accent. "That makes it easier for you and me." Dominic pulled out the button dangling from his necklace. "Do you know this sign?" The Akkato took a step back but did not answer. His buddies approached and stared at the piece of gold. "Mestre sent me here," Dominic continued. "I'm the guy with the superpowers. You've probably heard of me. If you do anything to me or my people, or leave us here, Mestre will find out. And then you're dead." "How would he know?" The Akkato pointed his rifle at Dominic again. "He will." Dominic looked at Akkato's comrades, who were now looking uncertain and exchanging glances. "Unless you kill each other. Then the secret will be kept." One of the Akkato broke away from the group and approached with booming steps. He pushed his comrade, who was still threatening Dominic with his rifle, aside and grabbed the human by the arm. He roughly pulled him up into the air. "Usa and Mogra," he growled. "Meru Ade." Then each of the horse heads grabbed one of the humans and threw it over their shoulders. "You have invoked Caesar," Dominic heard the Akkato carrying him say. "You should go to Caesar," he laughed as if he had made a good joke.